Wow, I don't know what happened. What happened? What happened to my audio? What the? Okay, there we go. Oh my god, that's so much better. I don't know why my all of my audio fucked up for a second there. Just give me a few moments while I prepare. Here we go. Alright, that's so much better. That is so much better. Okay. I'm gonna snooze that first ad since we're just starting. I need this. Here we go. A little far. There we go. Okay, that's so much better. I hope everyone is feeling okay this morning, this afternoon, or evening, whatever time zone you're coming from. Today we're continuing our reading of The Art of Gold Digging by Love Money on Royal Road. The story has been actually pretty interesting so far. We have our heroine. I don't know if we should say heroine, who has been thrust into a world that she's spent so much time online hating on. She is a bona fide hater, professional hater even. And she has been thrust into this world where she knows most, if not all, of the characters are going to die, suffer a excruciatingly painful death even. So now she has to find a way to make the readers like her and trick them into believing she has specific powers in order for her to actually gain the powers and get stronger, strong enough to be able to change the end and give herself a good, happy ending so that she can return home to her own world. So it's a bit of it is an isekai story. And it is painfully self-aware, and I love it. So we left off. We finished chapter 7. So now we're moving on to chapter 8. A cute voice. Take another sip. Amy stared at the luxurious spread before her, still not quite believing this was her breakfast. Back on Earth, breakfast had been a hastily grabbed granola bar or, on special occasions, some microwaved instant oatmeal. Here, a small feast awaited her this morning. Freshly baked bread, still warm from the oven. An assortment of unfamiliar but delicious fruits, creamy yogurt with honey, and a pot of fragrant tea that smelled like cinnamon and something else she couldn't identify. Snooze that. Go away, ads. Snooze it. The book floated near the window of her dorm room, seemingly admiring the view of the academy grounds bathed in early morning light. Sunbeams filtered through the tall windows, casting golden patterns across the polished wooden floor. You know, Amy said, taking a bite of purple fruit that tasted like a mix of pear and strawberry. I thought I'd miss Earth more. Oh, that's surprising. The book's pages rustled as it turned towards her. I was about to mix two words together. Yeah, she gestured vaguely with her fork. I mean, I should be homesick, right? Missing my apartment, my laptop, the internet. Not fearing for my life. She glanced down at the purple fruit. But honestly, I'm not super worried. I still want to come back, of course. But I'm not afraid. I'm not freaking out about it. The human capacity for adaptation is truly remarkable. Amy snorted. Is that a fancy way of saying I've got low standards? Not at all. Though I'm sure your standards of living accommodations are questionable at best. The hell do you mean by that? My apartment was functional. Amy sipped her tea, savoring the warmth. Okay, fine. It was a dump, and I loved it. But this place, she gestured to the spacious room with its four-poster bed, ornate furniture, and private bathroom, is ridiculous. I'm basically living in a 5-star hotel. Class S accommodations are designed to provide optimal conditions for study and rest. Your body and mind require proper nourishment and comfort to perform at their highest potential. Yeah, I get it. The privilege of being special. Amy reached for a slice of bread, spreading some golden honey on it. Still, it's weird that I don't miss technology more. I was practically glued to my phone back home. The book drifted closer to the table. You've been otherwise preoccupied with matters of some significance. Preventing the apocalypse tends to take precedence over scrolling through social media. True, the whole guiding Crow to a place where a bunch of students get murdered thing is definitely a distraction. Will you go through with it? Amy sighed, her appetite diminishing slightly. Do I have a choice? If I don't guide them there, someone else will. At least this way, I have some control over the situation. Maybe I can change things. A noble sentiment. Don't start with that noble crap. Amy waved her fork dismissively. I'm being practical. I die if the world ends, remember? The book's pages flutter in what Amy had come to recognize as its version of a shrug. As you say. Amy finished her breakfast in comfortable silence, occasionally glancing at the book as it floated around her room. There was something soothing about its presence. She realized in the strange world filled with unfamiliar faces and so many ways to kick the bucket, the book had become her one constant companion. Hey, she said suddenly, setting down her teacup. I just realized something. What's that? I don't know what to call you. I've just been thinking you as the book this whole time. That is what I am. Yeah, but it's weird. It would be less strange if I had something I can call you. Amy pushed her empty plate aside and leaned forward. Don't you have a name? A name, it finally replied. And there was that metallic quality to its voice again. A strange, robotic undertone that occasionally surfaced. Yeah, you know, a name. Something to call you besides, hey you, or book. Also, why does your voice do that sometimes? The book drifted back slightly. Do what? That. The robotic sound. Like just now, when I asked about your name, your voice changed. Perhaps it's merely your imagination. Amy narrowed her eyes. Please, do I look like a dumbass to you? Actually, don't answer that. Just respond to my question. The book covered in silence for several seconds. I'll answer your previous question, it finally said, its voice back to normal. Regarding the name. Amy raised an eyebrow at the obvious change of subject, but decided not to push it. For now. Fine. So, do you have one or not? I do not. At least, not one that would be pronounceable or meaningful to you. Amy raised an eyebrow. Well, that's cryptic. What, is your real name like some eldritch horror thing that would drive me insane if I heard it? Nothing so dramatic. It simply exists in a form unsuitable for verbal communication. Danielian Santelian, hello. Welcome in. Thank you so much for dropping by. Wonderful name, by the way. So, what should I call you? Is book not sufficient? Amy made a face. No? It's like calling a person human. It's plain weird. I'm not a person. Something about the way it said that made Amy pause. She studied the floating tome for a silent second before speaking again. Maybe not, she said slowly, but you're definitely a someone. You think and talk and have opinions, mostly snarky ones. You deserve a name. The book drifted in a slow circle as if considering her words. I suppose, if it would make our communication more comfortable for you, I could accept a designation. Amy grinned. Great. How about Snarky McFloaty? Absolutely not. Bookie McBookface. I'm beginning to regret this conversation. How are you doing today, Danielian? Amy laughed, pulling her knees up to her chest. Okay. Let me think seriously for a minute. She rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Okay, first of all, would you prefer feminine or masculine names? I have no strong preference for any of them, but if I had to choose, I would go with feminine. I see. Then how about something like Athena or Merlin? Those are rather predictable choices. Well, excuse me, ma'am, for my lack of imagination, Amy huffed. What would you pick? The book was silent for a moment. I don't know. Amy sighed. I always have to do everything, she said, then stood up and began pacing the small room. How about Grimora, like grimoire, but also kinda grim, which fits your whole mysterious vibe? Unimaginative. Krona, since you're all about story progression and time and stuff? Sounds bad. Amy threw up her hands in exasperation. You're not exactly helping here. Fine, what about... She paused, a memory surfacing from her literature classes. Libris. It means book in Latin. I think. Or something related to books anyway. Not really a female name, but you said you don't care much, right? Maybe. Okay, Libris it is. Amy grinned triumphantly. Unless you have a better suggestion. Libris, it repeated as if testing how the name felt. It's acceptable. Don't strain yourself with enthusiasm there. I didn't say I disliked it, merely that it is acceptable. So, can I call you that, Libris? Another moment of silence, then, yes, you may. I'm doing pretty well this morning. Kinda bummed that a job I applied for decided not to move forward with me for a role. But other than that, pretty good. Skeleton Dog, thank you so much for the head pats. Welcome in. How are you today? And yes, we're continuing a book that we've been reading for a couple of days now. It's called The Art of Gold Digging, but it's not what you think. It's not anything to do with gold digging at all, in the physical sense or the metaphorical sense either. I have no idea what the name of the story has to do with the book at all, but I guess we'll find out eventually. Wanted to say hello before helped in the shower after your workout. How was your workout? Did you get the gains? Did you find the gains you were looking for? Are you like a protein shake gym bro? I have to ask that about everyone that I know who goes to the gym. Are you like a protein shake gym bro, weightlifter? Or like, do you do calisthenics? Or do you just go to the gym to play basketball? I need to know. I need to know. Just want to get swole so I can do martial arts. Are you trying to become Tai Lung? Are you going to become human Tai Lung? Is that what you want to do? Trying to be like Baki for real. Baki do be swole though. Cool. Amy smiled, feeling oddly accomplished. Well, Libras, now that we've sorted that out, I should probably check what fresh hell awaits me today. She reached for the schedule that had been delivered right after she woke up. The parchment was thick and cream-colored, with an elegant script detailing her classes for the week. Amy squinted at the ornate lettering, trying to make sense of the complicated timetable. She held the schedule at arm's length, tilting her head. Okay, so today is channeling techniques for special abilities with Professor Larian at 9. Then historical applications of magic after lunch. And then, is that practical combat with Professor Drake? Amy glanced at the clock on her bedside table and groaned. Someone save me. Today, Professor Larian announced, her melodic voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. We will be exploring the practical aspects of channeling your special abilities. Amy settled into her seat, pulling out Libris and a pen from her satchel. She had asked the book if she could write on it, and after a long debate with tons of objections and arguments, she finally managed for it to agree. The key to effective channeling, Larian continued, lies in understanding the unique nature of your ability and how it connects to your magical core. She waved her hand, and a shimmering diagram appeared in the air above the central platform, a complex web of light that pulsed with rainbow colors. Your magical core, she gestured to the bright sphere at the center of the diagram, is the source of all your power. But your special ability, the light shifted, forming a distinct pathway that branched from the core. Draws from this source in a unique way. Amy found herself already getting bored of the lecture. She began thinking there must be something genuinely wrong with her brain, because it wasn't normal that she was in a class teaching how to use superpowers, and she found it boring. She lightly smacked her face and reminded herself to concentrate. This would be helpful. At least that was what Libra said. Her life was on the line. It would be stupid to die because of laziness. Moreover, the lesson wasn't bad at all. With all the projections and stuff, it was actually quite well made. The problem here was herself, honestly. Today, you will be working in pairs, Lyrian announced, surprising Amy out of her reverie. Second years will guide first years through basic channeling exercises. The goal is not to fully activate your abilities, but to become conscious of how they draw from your magical core. Oh dear God, I withdraw what I said. This class sucks. Amy felt a wave of dread wash over her. Group work. The bane of her existence. Try not to set anyone on fire. Shut up, Amy muttered under her breath. I don't even know how to channel my ability. That's the point of the exercise. To teach you how to do it. Before Amy could retort, Professor Lyrian began calling out pairs. Stella Brighthaven with Ash Lockwood. Alba Silvermoon with Lyra Thornfield. Talon Blackwood with Crow Thorn. Amy's heart sank as she realized she was almost certainly going to be paired with Amy Stake with Zaid Gaspard. I'm never going to get over that fucking name, Amy Stake. Well, it could be worse. At least the teacher made the pairing herself, because if she was forced to find a teammate, it would have been awkward. She glanced across the room where the dark-haired boy sat alone, his face expressionless as he closed the ancient tome he'd been reading. He looked up, his amber eyes meeting hers for a brief, uncomfortable moment before he stood and walked toward her. This day just got considerably more interesting. Interesting isn't the word I'd use, Amy muttered as Zaid approached, his walk graceful and measured. He stopped before her desk, regarding her with those unsettling amber eyes. Amy Stake, he said, his voice soft but clear. It seems we'll be working together. Amy forced a neutral expression. Looks that way. Zaid took the seat beside her with an unreadable expression, setting his book down with a quiet thump. Amy could almost feel the weight of his scrutiny, but she refused to acknowledge it. Professor Lyrian clapped her hands, and the shimmering diagram above them shifted again, this time forming delicate lines that linked the paired students. Amy watched with mild interest as a thin thread of light stretched between her and Zaid, glowing a soft gold. First years, close your eyes, Lyrian instructed. Second years, place your hand just above your partner's wrist, gently. This is about sensing the flow of energy, not forcing it. Amy hesitated for only a second before closing her eyes. She heard Zaid shift beside her, then felt the faintest brush of warmth hovering over her skin. Now, first years, I want you to focus inward. Lyrian continued. Your magical core is always present, always moving, trying to sense where your ability connects to it. Amy frowned slightly, doing as instructed. It felt strange. Her magic had always been there, just got it the other day, but she had never tried to truly feel it before. So romantic. Libris's voice broke into her thoughts, and she twitched. Focus, Zaid said quietly. Her annoyance flared, but she took a slow breath, forcing herself to push past the distractions. Libris's unhelpful commentary, Zaid's presence, and the soft murmur of the other students. She turned her attention inward, searching for something, anything that felt like the magical core Professor Lyrian described. At first, there was nothing but the usual hum of her thoughts, but then, a flicker, a pulse of something just beyond her awareness. It wasn't a solid thing, more like a current running beneath the surface, shifting just out of reach. It was strange, elusive, and when she tried to grasp it, it slipped away almost like mist between her fingers. She cracked open an eye at Zaid's quiet sound. His gaze was on her, though his hand remained hovering just above her wrist, fingers still and relaxed. He wasn't even looking at her like a normal person. No, there was something analytical about it, like he was studying her reactions more than participating in the exercise itself. What? She asked, keeping the mistrust from her voice. You flinched. Amy blinked. Had she? She hadn't even noticed. Did you sense it? He asked, his tone unreadable. Amy hesitated, then muttered. I think so. She glanced toward Lyrian, who was still walking among the pairs, watching with a serene expression. Zaid nodded, as if confirming something to himself. Try again, but don't chase it. Just let it come to you. Amy inhaled and shut her eyes again. This time, she didn't reach for the magic. She simply observed. The pulse was still there, but now that she wasn't chasing it, it became clearer, warmer. It moved, not like a steady beat, but in unpredictable waves, stretching and pulling like a tide beneath her skin. And then something else, a thread, lighter than air, connected to it, not her own. Zaid's? Mastery increased to level 3. Congratulations. Now you might even be able to use your powers somewhat. Her eyes snapped open. The golden thread of magic between them had brightened slightly. Zaid was still watching her, his expression composed, but something flickered in his amber eyes. You felt it, he said, not a question. Amy didn't answer. She wasn't sure she liked the fact that their magic seemed to react to each other. It was weird, and also, given what she knew about his family, uncomfortable. Lyrian clapped her hands. Good. That's enough for now. First years, take a moment to reflect on what you experienced. Second years, you may release the connection. Amy felt the warmth near her wrist vanish as Zaid withdrew his hand. Zaid studied her for a moment before nodding slightly. Not bad, he commented, before picking up his book and walking away back towards his place. Well, that was anticlimactic. Amy looked at the book and surprisingly found herself agreeing with it. In the manga, Zaid was always painted in a somewhat negative light. Not villain nor antagonist, but periodically almost getting there. So she had expected for their first interaction to go somewhat badly. Instead, it was quite neutral. Say, what are the chances he knows everything the Academy has recorded about my powers and has done a deep investigation of my past? 99%. Honestly, what did she expect? Privacy didn't exist when one of the teachers was literally your uncle. But enough about Zaid. She should focus instead on the most important part. So, did I level up? Yep. Congratulations. Your mastery has increased to level 3. I believe that now you might be able to start using your powers. Amy blinked, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension. Level 3. It wasn't much, but considering she'd basically been fumbling in the dark with her powers since she got here, it was progress. I see. Then can I see my status? Libris didn't respond immediately. A long pause stretched between them, long enough for Amy to frown. Libris? Currently updating. Updating, Amy repeated. Currently updating. As of right now, your status will not reflect your powers properly when the next chapter updates. It's complicated. Amy blinked. Complicated how? Your power isn't something I can analyze easily. It's not like normal magic. It doesn't follow the usual rules. I'm trying to update your status, but it's taking time to process all the intricacies behind it. Thank you for redeeming your daily bubble. But it's taking time to process all the intricacies behind it. That was unexpected. So what? My power's too weird for you to figure out. It's okay. Essentially, yes. Amy frowned. Is it really that complicated? I mean, last time you did it on the spot, right after I got them. Libris hesitated. It was subtle, but she recognized the delay in its response. When it finally spoke, the usual snark was absent. It's changed. Changed how? The complexity grew. That's why I need time to update. The words were cold, clinical, almost detached. Stray kid, thank you for the hydrate. And yet, something about that response unsettled her. Then she noticed something else. The voice had shifted. It had become robotic again. Amy's breath caught in her throat as a realization struck her. She thought back to every time Libris has done this, the sudden tonal shift, the unnatural calmness, the absence of its usual personality. It had always happened at very specific moments. Amy's lips curled into a small, knowing smirk as the realization struck her brain. Libris, she said slowly, are you perhaps embarrassed? A long pause. No, it responded, still in that artificial voice. Amy's smirk widened. Oh my God, you totally are. You're being irrational. She chuckled. Oh, that's actually so cute. So each time you changed your voice to the robotic one, was it because you were trying to conceal your emotions? Another pause, this one even longer. Then the robotic voice appeared again. You misunderstand. Why am I... This background music's making me sleepy. Amy raised an eyebrow, a smile still on her lips. Oh, then explain. You are indeed correct that I am embarrassed at not performing as well as I desired. Amy grinned at that. However, the voice you're hearing right now is not something I put on to hide my emotions. Then what is it? Silence seemed to keep stretching. Through it all, Lyrian continued her lecture, but Amy could not hear her at all. Instead, her whole attention was on the book, her smile disappearing as the silence elongated. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she was pretty sure the atmosphere of the conversation had changed. As minutes kept passing, she began feeling regret at voicing that question. Whatever it had been, she had clearly touched a sensitive topic. Amy opened her mouth, ready to apologize, but before she could, just at the same instant, the book finally spoke. This is my true voice, the one I was made with. Amy blinked. This artificial voice, this monotony, it is my default. The voice you usually hear, its tone, its humor, as well as its humanity, is something I have copied. There was a beat of silence before it added. So you were wrong. Each time I changed my voice, it wasn't to conceal my emotions. On the contrary, it is a system built in me that shows my partial lack of them. Amy didn't know what to say to that. Her fingers tightened as she processed the revelation. After a long pause, she exhaled and asked the only thing that came to mind. Was it the goddess who made you this way? Libris didn't answer immediately. Then, in that same robotic tone, it finally responded. No. The goddess was the one who saved me. Reading a book for so long is tiring, isn't it? It is, and that's why at the end of every chapter, we take a short break to stretch and get some water if we need it. You know what? I don't know. I haven't made that comparison before. Amy's breath caught in her throat. She stared at the book in her hands, trying to process what it had just said. Saved you, she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Correct. Amy frowned. That didn't make any sense. That shitty goddess. The same one who threw me into this shithole for a stupid-ass reason. Her voice dropped with skepticism. You're saying she actually did something good. That is the truth. Amy clicked her tongue, but didn't press further. There was a part of her that wanted to dig deeper, to demand answers, but another part of her warned against it. She would rather not make things even more awkward. Instead, she let out a small sigh and leaned back in her chair. Either way, just so you know, you can talk however you want. Use whatever voice you prefer. That's not something I care about. In fact, this one sounds kinda cute in a weird, abstract way. For a moment, Libris remained silent. Then it responded. I appreciate that. However, I will continue speaking in my usual snarky tone. And it would be better if we both pretend this conversation never happened. She raised an eyebrow at that, but simply nodded. Sure. With that, she finally turned her attention back to the front of the classroom, where Lyrian was still lecturing as if nothing had happened. Alright, that's the end of chapter 8. Reading is a great exercise for the brain. I'll be inspired by you to read more. Reading is nice. The website that I'm reading from is called Royal Road. It has a lot of... I don't know if I should call them memoir. I guess. It has a lot of self-publishing on it, of original stories, as well as some fan fictions, which I suspect may be self-insert OCs, which is usually par for the course when it comes to fan fictions. I haven't checked any of them out yet. I tend to steer clear of those. But if you wanted to check out any of the other stories on the website, there are a great many of them that I have found to be quite interesting. And we may go through them on stream as well at some point. Yes, Royal Road. This particular story that I'm reading right now is still ongoing. There are, however, a plethora of completed works that you can choose from. Now, with that being the end of chapter 8, it is time for a short break. I'm going to get up, have a little walk around, stretch, and refill my water. I advise you all to do the same. Or you can sit here and have a staring contest with me until I get back. Okay? I'll see you soon.
Banana.
Danielian, thank you so much for the follow. How delightfully reckless of you, yes. If you're interested, I also have a Discord server. You can get to it by typing !Discord in the chat. In our Discord, we are few but mighty. You can see my upcoming streams for the week in there. I post them every Sunday. Okay, next chapter. Act 1. Professor Lyrian's class was over, and now it was break time. They had around an hour until the second class would begin, so there was no stalling it anymore. She had to get this done fast. You look nervous. Amy took a deep breath, her fingers unconsciously tracing the edge of her satchel where Libris was nestled. I'm not, she muttered under her breath. Your heart rate is elevating. Statistically speaking, your physiological response indicates significant anxiety. I'm not nervous, she muttered, just strategically apprehensive. An interesting distinction. The book's observation wasn't wrong. Her steps toward Building B felt heavier with each stride. The weight of foreknowledge pressing against her consciousness, though she would never admit to it. The academy grounds stretched around her. Students moved about their morning routines, all oblivious. 13 Class B students. That's how many would die. A number that had seemed like a distant plot point when she'd read the manga. But now, as she approached the building, it all felt unbearably important, just as real as the rest of this world. Each victim was a person, someone with hopes and dreams, perhaps with a family waiting for them. Despite knowing this, she still couldn't internalize it. The fact that they existed, that 13 human souls were going to disappear if she did nothing to stop it. It was a thought that made her uncomfortable in a way she couldn't put into words. Amy hadn't forgotten what kind of world this manga was set in, though she tried very hard to. It just couldn't sink into her 17-year-old brain that she was about to see a corpse for the first time in her life. How would she feel? Would she puke? Would she be unable to control herself and break character? Or would it be one of those things that, once it happened, would make her wonder why she feared it so much in the first place? It would be so easy to think of those people as background characters who had nothing to do with her. But after living in this world for a mere 2.5 days, she was already sure that the people here were no different from the people back on Earth. I have to change all this. I can't let them die, she whispered, more to herself than to Libris. I have to. Do you truly? Do you think you can save them? Could she? She would try, but deep down she knew it was quite impossible to save them all. Koro, thank you so much for the raid. Hello, everyone. Welcome, readers. I am, yep, silent ASMR reading. Hello. I am Syndra, a Bakunawa VTuber. Essentially the Filipino version of a mythical sea dragon. It's so nice to meet all of you. Welcome to my abyss. Welcome to my home in the abyss. Today we are reading a story from Royal Road. We are on chapter 9 of The Art of Gold Digging, and no, it has nothing to do with actually gold digging or digging for gold. So I'm still trying to connect the dots here on what the title has to do with the story. It's just Ness. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Also, my birthday is tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll be doing a long stream, including repo with viewers and repo with friends later on in the evening. Thank you so much for the follow, you guys. Thank you. Birthday twin! Birthday twin! Koro, I appreciate you so much. You're my favorite dragon. I hope that your stream didn't end because of your internet issues. I hope this was an end by choice. Me and my uncle also have birthdays tomorrow. Wow. Wow, so many birthday twins. We actually won against the internet. That's so good. That's good. Thank you again for the raid. If you have to raid and run, take care of yourself. Bye. Bye bye, Koro. Thank you again. Enjoy tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. For those of you who choose to stick around, or if you plan on leaving, I also have a Discord you can get to with !Discord if you want to hang out at any point when I am not streaming. I tend to sometimes hop into my VC in there, or just chat in text. Where was I? I lost my place. Where was I? Lunar, hello. Where was I? I don't remember where I was. Okay. I think I'm gonna start from here. She would try, but deep down she knew it was quite impossible to save them all. Maybe if she were stronger, but with her current powers, it would be quite suicidal to try to save more than 5. You shouldn't obligate yourself to carry that burden, Amy. You're right, she admitted, letting out a tired sigh. I don't know why I'm acting as if this is my responsibility. Yeah, she would save people if she could, but she would definitely not put herself in potential mortal danger for it. After all, Amy wasn't a hero. She was a teenager who feared death above all, and who was still somewhat scared of heights and dark places. That was what she tried to tell herself, yet she still knew that the only one who could change this fate was her, and if these students died, it would be because she'd done nothing to stop it. I hate this vibe. She shook her head, trying to push away the negative thoughts. It had been a while since she spiraled this way. In times like these, she'd usually go on social media and drop some nasty comments on somebody, or write a paragraph on why a certain celebrity's life was actually everyone's problem. But now, she couldn't really do that. Damn, she really was a bona fide just like hater. Libris, can you tell one of your snarky jokes, please? That bad, huh? Yeah. Very well. Oh, what do you get when you cross a magical sentient book with a very ugly prophet? You get a grimoire of the files. Grimoire of the flies. What? What? A book full of dark prophecies which nobody wants to read because it's just too hard to look at. How is that even a joke? How weird. Your stress levels just increased. If I burn you, how much pain would you feel? None. I can neither be burned nor broken. Amy shook her head and kept walking in silence for the rest of the way. As Building B came into view, she spotted Crow and his companions already waiting. Ash was leaning casually against a stone pillar, while Lyra stood with her arms crossed. Lane, meanwhile, remained silent, slightly behind, her silver eyes following a couple of butterflies flying around. Crow's black eyes locked onto her the moment she approached. "You're here," he said. Not a question, but more of an observation. Amy nodded. Her hands had stopped shaking, and her earlier hesitation had completely disappeared, replaced by a more measured demeanor. Fake, of course. She'd always been good at this. Hiding her discomfort had been a skill she developed back when she used to live with her father. "So," Lyra said with a tense face, "are we ready?" Crow nodded, the golden key turning slowly between his fingers. "Amy, you said here was the first sign, right? What exactly are we looking for?" Amy exhaled softly, letting the afternoon air cool the tension on her skin. She couldn't tell them everything, of course. That would break the very nature of her role. Instead, she tilted her head, allowing just the right amount of distance to settle into her expression before speaking. "We enter and then search," she said vaguely, adjusting the strap of her satchel. "The first sign should be inside here." And what a damn entrance it would make. Ash exhaled through his nose. "We are gonna miss lunch break, aren't we?" "We will if necessary," Crow said while studying her carefully. his fingers still idly toying with the key. "We will finish before Professor Drake's class, right?" Amy's lips curled into the ghost of a smile. "Yes. This whole thing will finish quickly, at least." Without exchanging further words, the 4 students entered Building B together. Some students from other classes paused and gave them a double take. It was not every day that one saw Class S students randomly show up anywhere outside the main part of the academy. Amy focused, scanning the corridors. If her memory of the manga was accurate, then the first victim had already vanished, but was still alive. A first-year, blonde boy named Elias Varn. However, her memory was not perfect, and moreover, the manga didn't specify which classroom the victim had been in, so they would need to search, which meant we should spread out. Crow raised an eyebrow but nodded, already accepting the situation. "All right, pairs or alone?" Amy considered for a moment. If they were alone, they could cover more ground, but they'd also be more vulnerable. That being said, finding the first student wasn't necessarily dangerous as long as the one who found them wasn't weak, and despite their appearances, no one in the protagonist group was weak. "Alone," she said. "It'll be faster. If anyone finds anything strange, regroup back here in 10 minutes. In particular, we are searching for a piece of paper." "Paper?" Crow asks. Ash groaned at her words. "Fantastic. We really aren't eating today, are we? Combat class is going to be rough with an empty stomach." Lyra rolled her eyes. "There's nothing to worry about. I'm sure that if we explain the situation to Professor Drake, he will give us a pass." She paused for a moment, thinking, and then a hint of fear appeared on her visage. "Right?" she said, turning to Crow. Crow shrugged with a nonchalant expression, and without wasting any time, he stepped down a branching hallway. "Wait," Amy said to Crow, stopping him midway. She reached into her satchel and pulled out Libris. "Take my book with you." "Huh? What?" Crow looked puzzled, glancing between Amy and the book. Wariness was clearly visible in his eyes. "Listen. I don't know what you're hoping for, but narrative protocol strictly prohibits direct interference with the plot progression. Even if you ask me to do anything, I can't help you this time." Amy ignored the book completely, holding out to Crow. "Take it. It might be useful." "Why?" "I don't get what you're planning. As I told you, I can't—" "Wait, are you abandoning me?" Libris asked, a tone of absolute disbelief coloring its mental voice. Wait, no, tell me this isn't happening. You wouldn't do that to me, right?" "After all we've been through." Crow hesitated. His gaze was now locked on the book. He could probably sense that it was speaking constantly right now, though he could not hear its words. After a few more seconds of thoughtful silence, he slowly nodded and accepted Libris, tucking the book carefully into his own bag. "This is unprecedented, unacceptable, deranged." How dramatic, Amy thought, letting out an exasperated sigh at the book's antics. With the book now in his hands, Crow turned and walked down the hallway, leaving Amy standing with the others, her plan set in motion. Lyra stared between the two, confused for a moment, before reluctantly following another path, her form disappearing down the stairs. Ash, still annoyed, muttered something under his breath before taking the right path, and Amy turned toward the quieter wing of the building, where the classrooms stood empty during the break. Meanwhile, Lane looked around, seemingly hesitant about where to go. Her eyes darted between all her companions and the building before they settled on Amy. Amy tilted her head as a silver-haired girl approached her with her usual inexpressive face. They stared at each other for a while, neither seeming to say anything. Amy growing more confused at the girl's behavior by the moment. People walked past them, their glances growing more frequent as the two women continued their staring contest. Amy could feel herself growing impatient and started to wonder if she should just speak first. And she'd already invested too much time into this, so she just kept staring. So, what is going on? No one talked, no one moved. They just watched each other in silence. Amy's hand began to lightly tremble as the thought, "I don't have time for this," became louder. Okay, I lost. Is there anything you need, Lane? Lane blinked slowly, her expression unchanged. Then, after a few more seconds of silence, she finally spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. Can I come with you? Her tone carried no particular emotion. It really made one wonder how Crow had managed to realize in their first encounter this woman was just a timid person. Protagonist perks, she supposed. Emmy didn't know what she wanted, but having her there wouldn't change much, so she just nodded without further question. Then she continued walking, Lane following closely behind. They passed rows of classrooms with one or two students still inside. The further they went, the more desolate this place became. And also the more Amy felt it, a sense of wrongness creeping along her spine, a subtle urge in her brain telling her to turn back. Fuck. I was hoping I wouldn't be the one to find it. How lucky can I be? I literally walked straight towards it. She turned left, towards a classroom she didn't feel interested in at all, and which she for some reason felt like not entering. This was the spot. The place where Elias Vine was last seen. Lane tilted her head as Amy entered the classroom, but made no comment. Amy glanced around, searching for anything out of place. If she remembered correctly, the manga had described the scene in vivid detail. A cracked tile, a faint scent of iron in the air, and the chilling realization that something had been watching them all along. The cracked tile was there. The iron scent was faint but unmistakable. And the feeling of being watched. Not yet. The incarnation was still not awakened, but his spell was probably listening. Amy stilled, her fingers twitching toward the strap of her satchel, except Libris wasn't there this time. That was fine. She needed it to be with Crow. Still, the absence of the book's ever-present commentary made the silence feel even heavier. Lane noticed her tension. Something's wrong? She asked in her usual quiet voice. It was obvious that it had taken her a great deal of effort to say those words. Amy didn't answer. Instead, she crouched, brushing her fingers over the cracked tile. It was slightly displaced, as if something had been forced beneath. Carefully, she pressed against the edge, feeling a slight give. There was something underneath. She turned to Lane and signaled toward the tile. At this, Lane furrowed her brow before hesitantly kneeling beside her, her slender fingers pressing against the tile's opposite side. Together, they lifted it, revealing a small, folded scrap of paper wedged into the hollow space below. Hands slightly unsteady, she unfolded the note. It was written with blood. He is always listening. Seeing it in real life sure made it way more creepy. She remembered thinking how stupid this was. Classic horror film cliche. Now that she was living inside this horror story, though, it no longer felt funny. What does it say? Lane asked, peering over her shoulder. Amy hesitated for only a moment before handing her the note. Just scribbles, she said at the same time she showed her the paper to Lane and put a finger over her lips, signaling her to not say anything. Lane tilted her head and then frowned as she read the letter, a rare expression on her face. Luckily, she was quick to catch on. The spell was indeed listening, and if it realized that they knew, they'd have to fight to get out of here alive. Lane could probably manage, but Amy... Lane studied the words for a few more seconds before turning to Amy. Should we see how the others are doing? Amy shook her head. Not yet. Let's wait till the 10 minutes we agreed on have passed before going back. Lane seemed to hesitate, probably unsure if she should listen or go and warn the others, but eventually she agreed with a slow, erratic nod. Libris had told Amy during Professor Larian's class that she could probably use her powers now. Her mastery had increased to level 3, so in theory she shouldn't be completely useless. She felt within herself the muscle without physical form. If she strained it, she could see at least a bit into the future. She decided that she was going to yell, "Blood Emperor," after looking into the future. Then she closed her eyes and focused. In the manga, this was the way Zaid had discovered the position of the body. If only her memory was better. Amy straightened the mostly dormant muscle. The world blurred, and then a splinter of rushed images. In the room she was in, she saw herself yelling "Blood Emperor," and instantly a horrific figure, its entire body covered in eyes, came out from behind the bookshelf. What followed was carnage, with her ripped in half, while Lane barely managed to save herself by using her frost ability. Then Amy's eyes slowly closed, and she felt her life slipping away before her. Pain. Suddenly, an all-encompassing tearing through her like... Oh. I can't read. I'm very bad at reading, if you can't tell. Pain, sudden and all-encompassing, tearing through her like she'd just been ripped apart from the inside out. The vision collapsed. Amy gasped as she reeled back, her hands instinctively clutching at her stomach, as though she could still feel the phantom pain of her own dismemberment. She blinked rapidly, her breath coming in sharp bursts. Amy? Lane's voice was urgent, but somewhat controlled. What happened? Amy swallowed hard, forcing herself to speak. I think I ate something bad. Lane's brows furrowed even more, her eyes squinting, and cold sweat started to form on her front. I see. Do you want to go outside and take a breather? Despite her timidness, her voice came out smoothly. When it mattered, Lane was always someone who the protagonist could trust, so this wasn't that surprising. Amy turned her gaze toward Lane before pointing to the farthest end of the hallway. No need. I just need a second. Lane followed her arm, her expression one of deep concern. I see. But are you sure you're all right? Yeah. Amy forced herself to stand, shaking off the lingering sensation of the vision and the tiredness that came from it. No need to worry, it's just stomach pain. The two of them silently approached the wooden bookshelf at the end of the hall. It was filled with dusty tomes which had seemingly been untouched for years. Amy pressed her hands against its edge, testing the weight. Lane mirrored her, the two of them pushing in unison. They moved the shelf as slowly as possible so it would not make a sound, which was quite a colossal task. After a lot of effort, they succeeded, revealing a figure situated behind. An unconscious blonde boy was held in ropes with injuries all over his body, but somehow still alive by some kind of magic, holding in place his organs and the flow of the red liquid. Elias Varn. Amy froze at the sight of blood all over the teenager, recalling the memory of her mother's bloodied condition as her father stood above the woman. But she quickly composed herself. This wasn't the time for stupid thoughts. Oh, so we're getting a little bit more background on Amy now. Instead, she examined the boy more closely. 13 crimson marks around him were smeared against the stone in uneven strokes. Lane inhaled sharply, but did not act rashly. She was experienced in this kind of situation. In fact, the protagonist's whole party was experienced in violence. Amy was the only one who had to force her hands not to tremble. Say, Amy, are you sure you're all right? Lane muttered, her pale face straining even further of color. Don't you want to go to the infirmary? Oh, you don't know how much I want to do that. No need. I think I'm getting better. Her voice came out calm and composed. Not a single sign of agitation to be heard. Either way, we should look for the others. 10 minutes are probably about to. Not about to. They've already passed. Everyone is back outside, waiting. Pass. She finished without missing a beat, despite her surprise at hearing the book's voice. Just so you know, I'm very hurt that you left me behind. Even kind of considered the silent treatment for a while. But in the end, my hand was forced. Very well, Lane responded to Amy, unaware of Libris's voice currently talking in her head. So anyways, I'm obligated to notify you of something that annoys me quite a bit, since it feels like you're being rewarded despite your bad conduct, though you probably already know what it is. Amy felt a tingling sensation at her fingertips, just like the first time it had happened. Finally, she thought, momentarily forgetting the situation she was in. The chapter has gone live. Time for a stretch. Man, I can feel so many bones cracking in my back. How are we liking the stories so far? It's taking, I want to say, maybe about 45 minutes per chapter. If I was reading it in my head, it definitely would be a lot further along. But I enjoy reading it out loud. It's very nice. It's relaxing, soothing even. Okay, where did the cat go? Looks like she's wandered out. You find my voice mega soothing. Thank you so much, Doku. Thank you. Banana, nana, banana. Junior, thank you for the banana. Hello. Yes, it is the great banana. It makes many appearances on this channel. You're late? How goes? It goes well. Junior, would you mind looking at the new redeemable? How goes? It goes. It goes good. It goes. I was not selected for the next round for the job that I applied for, but that's okay. Bubba's only 25 cents. You get one per stream. Your voice is very good. Thank you guys. Thank you. That's not the new redeem, Juner. Sorry to hear. I know. It would have been great to have it. It was only a 6-month position, but I was talking to someone, and they might just not be hiring currently, so I don't know. Yeah, Pekko Sensor. Yeah, could have used the money. It was very lucrative position. But I was talking to my sister last night, and she applied for another position. It's not quite the same, but good pay. So I'm going to look into that one. Better next place. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, here, this is, let me see, which one was it? This is, oh, this is the Pecco sensor. We're just taking a little brain break between chapters. I've got a snack. It's my last box of yogurt covered raisins. There's strawberry and yogurt flavor. How are you doing though, Junior? Tired. Why didn't you go to sleep? Chapter 10. Sus. Okay. You took a nap. Let's see. Huge plot hole that my mind did not process for whatever reason, and to correct it, I had to hit my head against the wall for 8 hours straight and rewrite basically the entire chapter and change my plans for the future ones, which in turn made me quite stressed. Okay. Can I... Okay. So, my finger, of course, is not bleeding anymore. However, it still hurts, so I put a band-aid on it anyway, just so it doesn't hurt when I'm typing. For those of you who are new here and don't know what happened, I sliced the tip of my finger on a can last night. It was the worst moment of my day after a really good stream. On my middle finger, no less. It's a good, like, half-inch long laceration. Amy and Lane made their way back toward the meeting point, their footsteps eerily muffled against the floor. A detail that Amy might not have noticed if she hadn't been hyper-aware of everything around them. Could this be? Lane whispered, her voice barely audible. As expected, she had already caught on. The way towards the main hall. Yes, Amy interjected quietly. She subtly looked in Lane's direction. The frown on the girl's face hadn't disappeared for a while now. Something which would become a problem if not addressed. From now on, the The spell might not only listen, but there was also a chance it would observe them. Say, Lane, are you perhaps in pain? Could it be that we both have eaten the same rotten food? Your expression looks rather concerning, Amy said casually, trying to convey her warning through seemingly innocent words. Lane's silver eyes narrowed slightly. Her lips pressed into a thin line. After a moment of contemplation, she gave a slow nod, catching Amy's subtle message. No, don't worry, she murmured, her voice carrying understanding beyond Amy's words. Her expression shifted back to its usual neutrality. She was playing along, thankfully. She probably understood at this point most of what was happening. Nightmares. That was what they were called in the manga. They were this world's version of dungeons, but creepier, and each one had its own weakness related to its nature. This one was special because it was created by the Blood Emperor to manifest one of its incarnations into the Academy. In the original story, Zaid and Lane were the ones trapped in the nightmare. In the end, they had managed to escape, but the other 12 souls of trapped students did not. This time, though, they would all escape. Why did it have to be me? If it had been Crow who found this place, he would probably have brute forced his way through with his broken abilities. But of course, it was her and Lane. She still didn't understand why Lane had decided to follow her. Maybe it wasn't a good idea for us to have separated. The thing was that there was a time limit. The moment the golden key entered the building, this time limit was set up. It would only be a matter of time before the incarnation was awakened by the spell, so they were in a hurry. Either way, right now wasn't the moment to dwell on it. She had to check how things were going with Con Crow's side. She hadn't known that the book could contact her remotely, but now that she did, she would make sure to take maximum advantage of it. Libris, Amy whispered, keeping her voice low enough so Lane could not hear. Where is Crow right now? Why can't she just talk in her head? Like, just think it. Oh, now you want to talk to me, after cruelly abandoning me with the brooding mystery boy. Amy resisted the urge to roll her eyes. My life is kind of on the line here, you know. Fine. They're at the meeting point, waiting. Crow seems concerned. He's been checking his watch every 30 seconds, and your copies are already there, though I assume you wouldn't know that much. Copies. That was the peculiarity of this nightmare. Once someone entered this fake reality, a creature disguised as the victim would leave into the real world. This was a security measure to prevent the nightmare from being discovered. Since its creation, the dungeon had already replaced the 13 students, including Elias Varn. The one held in ropes was Elias Varn's copy, and the main gateway to the nightmare. By simply approaching the room he was in, they had been immediately transported to this world. In the original story, none of the 13 sacrifices survived. While Lane and Zaid were trapped in this alternate reality, their respective clones almost managed to fool the protagonist, but the original Zaid and Lane managed to escape just in time and warned them. From then on, a battle took place, though this time, that last part wouldn't be necessary. With her foreknowledge and Libras's, they had an advantage. Without having to worry about warning Crow, they had more time to find the sacrifices and get them out of there. "Describe to me what's happening," Amy whispered, her eyes darting to Lane, who was walking slightly ahead, scanning the corridor. "Two versions of you and Lane appeared at the meeting point about 3 minutes ago. They're convincing, but... Wait, you clever girl. I did not expect you to find a loophole." Amy couldn't help but smile at the book's words. "What is it?" she whispered. "They don't acknowledge me at all, even when Crow tried handing me to your copy. How did you know this would happen?" "I didn't. I just assumed that our relationship wouldn't be able to be, in the manga." The author made a point that these things could copy others based on the knowledge obtained straight from the world tree. But you are you, and I am me. I barely began existing in this world, and you, well, you might as well be above it all. So in short, you just threw and prayed it would hit." "Yes. Still, I don't quite forgive you for what you've done, you know. You could have just told me." "I wasn't planning on doing this. It was a spontaneous idea that I didn't really know would work." "Are you a child?" "I'll make it up to you. What do you want?" "Can I ask for anything?" Suddenly, a bad premonition hit Amy, but she forced the thought away. Surely, whatever it had in mind could not be that bad. Surely. "Yeah. Then I'll tell you later. First, get out of there alive." Amy shuddered at the thought, but did not comment further. Instead, she kept walking in silence. They were getting close to the replica of the place where they had agreed to meet. When they finally arrived, her blood ran cold. Despite knowing full well what awaited them there, she still couldn't suppress a shudder. There, standing, were Crow, Ash, and Lyra. Not their clones or anything resembling them, just monsters acting like them. All around the building, monsters acting like students were present. The creature's skin rippled with unnatural movement, as if something crawled beneath their surface. Their proportions were subtly wrong, limbs just slightly too long, joints bending at impossible angles. Their faces retained the vague structure of the features of the respective persons they were copying, but the skin stretched too tight across the bones, and when they smiled, their mouths opened far wider than any human mouth should. Their eyes revealed bottomless black voids to Amy and Lane, with pinpricks of cold light buried deep within. Lane stumbled mid-step, her silver eyes widening by a fraction, the equivalent of a scream of shock from anyone else. Amy caught her arm, squeezing in warning. "Careful," Amy murmured, her tone deliberately casual despite the terror crawling up her spine. "The floor's uneven." Lane's face had gone completely rigid, muscles fighting to maintain her usual stoic expression. Only someone looking for it would noticed the almost imperceptible widening of her pupils as she stared at the abomination wearing her friend's likeness. Yes, Lane managed, her voice unnaturally flat, even for her. Thank you. After taking a deep breath, Amy approached the group with measured steps, her heart hammering beneath her ribs. The monsters turned to look at her. She focused on maintaining her practiced smile, even as she fought the urge to recoil from the creature's proximity. Finally here, Ash said exasperatedly while trying to mimic holding his stomach. I'm starving. Please tell me you found the paper. No, Amy said, maintaining her practiced smile. We haven't found anything yet. Ash groaned, clutching his stomach more dramatically. Great, and I was hoping we could wrap this up quickly. At this, Amy simply smiled. Every nightmare had a weakness related to its nature, and this one's weakness was disguise. If they kept their role, the creature would never be able to tell. Funnily enough, Amy was quite adept at this. We'll need to keep looking, Amy continued smoothly, despite the trembling of her body. The paper has to be somewhere in the east wing. Crow shifted his weight, moving with uncanny precision that perfectly mimicked his character's restlessness. We should split up again, cover more ground. Right, Amy replied, maintaining her casual demeanor while thinking it was the perfect moment to use her new powers. I'd like to check the north this time. Lane, do you want to come with me? Lyra stepped forward, her movement a perfect recreation of the real Lyra's suspicion. Huh, when did the two of you get so close? Amy, you won't believe this. Amy kept her expression neutral, giving no indication she was hearing anything. It's a long story. Crow figured it out. The moment your copy ignored me, he knew something was wrong. Of course, that alone isn't really crazy. He is the main character after all. Amy's heart skipped a beat, but she maintained her composure as she explained her sudden interest in Lane, while the girl in question just nodded in silence each time a question was directed at her. What was crazy is that he used that third ability of his, the one that lets him detect life forms. He sensed something wrong about your copies, but he wasn't sure. So, guess what he did? He assassinated your doppelganger first, where no one would see. Yours. I couldn't stop laughing. Legit zero hesitation. It took all her willpower to control her expression from contorting. Disbelief flooded her brain, and 3 single words took over. What the fuck? Though she kept it carefully hidden behind her practiced smile, the fact that Crow had eliminated their copies was a positive. But she still couldn't help but feel annoyed. Zero hesitation. Really? We should probably get going, Amy said, seamlessly continuing the conversation. At this rate, we'll miss class. The creatures looked at each other, their movements synchronized in a way that human bodies never quite achieved. Too smooth, too coordinated, yet they maintained their perfect imitations. Down to Ash slouching exactly as the real Ash would. Fine, Ash said with a dramatic sigh. I guess no food today. As they prepared to part ways, Crow stepped closer to Amy. She fought the instinct to step back as the creature wearing her protagonist's face came near. "Are you sure this is the right place?" it said in Crow's exact edgy tone that he always used. Amy nodded at Crow, maintaining her smile. "Well, when you asked me if I could find it, I responded, probably, didn't I?" The creatures looked somewhat annoyed at this, but in the end just nodded. And Amy felt a wave of relief as she and Lane walked away, their footsteps once again muffled against the too soft floor. They walked in silence for several minutes, taking seemingly random turns through corridors that suddenly shifted and changed when they weren't looking directly at them. The architecture of the building remained familiar enough to navigate, yet distorted in ways that made Amy's head hurt if she focused too long on any one detail. "Update from our brooding hero," Libras chimed in. "After disposing of your copies, he went searching for the two of you and eventually found records from a deceased student who had discovered the imposters first. Deciding that the situation was serious, Lyra went to call the headmistress while Crow and Ash investigated some more." "So, everything is going well," she whispered. "Too well, I would say. Almost kind of unnerving. Be careful." When they reached a deserted hallway, Amy slowed her pace, feeling a familiar tension building behind her eyes. With Libras' confirmation that Crow was handling the situation in the real world, she could focus on what they needed to do here, save the other students trapped in this nightmare. "I need to rest a moment," Amy said casually, leaning against the wall. Her voice was light, but her eyes met Lane's with intense meaning. Lane nodded, taking up position beside her. Amy closed her eyes, pretending to catch her breath, while actually focusing her awareness inward. She needed to use her power, that strange new ability that let her navigate through the invisible threads of fate, setting a clear objective in her mind. Amy concentrated. "Show me the path to the trapped students." The effort was immediately taxing. It wasn't like reading a book or accessing memories. Using her ability felt like flexing an atrophied muscle that shouldn't exist. The strain behind her eyes intensified, and she could feel resistance, as if the nightmare itself was working against her power. "Come on, just one sign. Anything." Like a camera slowly coming into focus, Amy sensed it. A subtle pull, a hairline fracture in reality. Not a vision exactly, but an awareness of something that didn't belong. 3 lockers down the hall. One had hinges that gleamed just slightly different than the others. The difference was so subtle that no normal observation would catch it. But Amy's enhanced perception flagged it as significant. The strain was becoming unbearable. Amy felt blood vessels constricting in her head, the pressure building to a sharp pain. She pushed just a little further, asking for confirmation, and received a fleeting impression of hollowness beyond that locker. A passage where there shouldn't be one. When she opened her eyes, she felt warm liquid trickling from her nose. Blood. Without missing a beat, she casually wiped the blood away with her sleeve. Lane's eyes narrowed slightly at the blood, shining with intensity, but she remained silent. Whatever was going on in her mind was a mystery. Amy pushed herself away from the wall, fighting a wave of dizziness. "Let's continue checking this hall," she said, deliberately walking toward the locker her power had highlighted. As they approached, Amy pretended to examine the hallway while actually focusing on the wall. Up close, it looked completely normal. The difference her power had shown here was invisible to normal perception. "These walls are quite old," Amy commented, running her hand along the rocky surface as she surreptitiously examined the mechanism. "I wonder when they were created." Banana. Junior's a menace with that banana. Jabro! Jabro! More bananas! Naughty children. Lane caught on immediately, stepping closer to examine it as well. Amy's fingers found a tiny irregularity on the wall's edge. A slight unevenness in the rock that no casual touch would notice. Her power had led her true. "Look, some students have no respect for school property," Amy said, pointing to random scratches to justify her interest in the wall. As she traced the scratch marks, Amy applied slight pressure to the irregularity she'd found. There was a nearly imperceptible click, and the hidden passage shifted inward by a millimeter, not enough to be visible, but Amy felt it beneath her fingertips. Lane positioned herself to block the view from the hallway as Amy worked. Amy tried to appear casual as she manipulated the hidden mechanism, though her hands were shaking from the after effects of using her power, and the blood from her nose was still coming, but in very small quantities. She continued to persevere, going where her power guided her. "This is actually so overpowered. No way it wasn't nerfed, right?" "Isn't nerfed." "That looks very overpowered. Might need to nerf it if it becomes more versatile." Is this thing reading my mind? With another soft click, the locker door finally released. Amy pulled it open slowly, revealing a dark passage beyond. "How interesting," she said evenly, as if finding secret passages was an everyday occurrence. "This might be worth investigating." Lane nodded. "Yes." "Yes, that's exactly what it says, Jabro." They had found their way, but just as Amy was about to step through, disaster struck. From behind the doorway, something fell with a thud. It sounded metallic and loud. Amy froze, locking eyes with Lane. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then, from somewhere in the distance, came the sound of unnatural movement. scuttling of limbs that moved wrong. A monstrous figure emerged and locked eyes with them. For a moment, none of the three moved. Then Lane suddenly grabbed Amy's arm and pulled her toward the passage, their pretense abandoned. Behind them, the scuttling grew louder, accompanied by an unsettling, chittering sound. "Go," Lane hissed, practically shoving Amy through the opening before using an ice attack behind her, while pulling the door closed with all her strength. As the door swung shut, she caught a glimpse of the dark and multi-limbed figure rounding the corner, its movements a horrific blur of unnatural speed. The locker slammed closed with a final, damning clang. Amy and Lane found themselves in near total darkness, a narrow passage stretching ahead, the sound of pursuit already scratching at the wall behind them. "Run," Lane repeated, and they barreled forward into the unknown darkness, leaving the sounds of their hunters temporarily behind. It's getting intense, if it weren't already. What is that emote, Junior? What is this emote? It is Mikabiti. What kind of animal is that, though? What animal is that? Capybara. Capybara. Capybara, 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 capybara. I thought I heard my cat meow, but she's sleeping. That means I heard the ghost of Hades. I've got floaties in my eyes right now. The little silver floaties. I think I did a quick movement. Too quick. Danielian, thank you so much for the head pats. What do you guys think the next chapter is going to be called? Any guesses? Any guesses? No cheating. Let's find out. Bittersweet. The narrow passage stretched ahead, barely wide enough for them to move in single file. Amy's breath came in short, panicked gasps as they rushed through the darkness. The sounds of their pursuers scratching against the now closed door protecting them for what sounded like instant death. "Do you know where we're going?" Lane screamed. Amy nodded, then realized Lane couldn't see her in the dark. "Yes," she said as she kept running, her voice more high-pitched than usual. "I'm gonna puke." She truly was in bad shape. Once all this was over, she would have to train a little. No, actually, fuck that. She would rot in bed for the rest of her life. They stumbled forward, hands against the damp stone walls to guide them. After what felt like eternity, the passage widened into a larger chamber. As their eyes adjusted to the gloom, Amy froze. 13 wooden crosses lined the walls of the circular room. 13 students were bound to them, their bodies slumped and bleeding, but still breathing. Amy's eyes scanned the room before her eyes landed on a pedestal at the center of the room. On it sat an ornate black box, intricate symbols carved into its surface, a golden lock atop it. That was the whole reason why they were in this building in the first place. "What is this place?" Lane asked, eyeing the people with intensity, and then fixing the same gaze on Amy. "The sacrifices," Amy whispered, horror washing over her. The sight was far more disturbing than any manga illustration could have conveyed. Today might actually be the worst day of my life. Lane moved immediately toward the nearest student. "They're still alive." Amy's legs trembled as she approached another student, a girl with short red hair who couldn't have been older than 15. Blood trickled from cuts along her arms and forehead, forming intricate patterns that collected in shallow channels carved into the floor. "We need to get them down," she paused, then gestured to the box. "That box is also the thing that the golden key opens, the whole reason we are here in the first place." Lane's eyes scanned the box, then she nodded at Amy. Even though her eyes stayed on the box, Lane first moved for the ropes, binding the other girl's wrists. A horrible screech echoed through the chamber as she approached the bindings. The unconscious girl's eyes snapped open, revealing nothing but milky white orbs. Her mouth opened unnaturally wide. Do I dare attempt to read that? Do I dare attempt? Alblagtung the thanki shadma sechlet ist mal speed, she said in a voice that wasn't human. The fuck? Lane rapidly moved away from the girl. I said a magical slur. I might have. "Don't touch, the bindings are cursed," she warned, her voice steady despite the horror surrounding them. From above, a faint red light started to illuminate the chamber. The blood channels on the floor began to glow with an unhealthy crimson light, revealing a massive ritual circle made of blood etched into the stone. "We need to break the circle," Amy said, scanning the rooms desperately. "In this... according to my power. Their souls are being used to power the nightmare. Lane stared silently at Amy for a few seconds. She was smart, so she had probably already figured out the implications. If they killed at least half the sacrifices, the nightmare would begin collapsing, and they would be able to get out. In fact, that was how Zaid and Lane had escaped in the original story. Though they hadn't killed them per se, they'd been instead more like collateral damage of their fight with the monsters. How do we break it without freeing whatever is trying to manifest? Lane asked, deciding to ignore the thought that had obviously crossed her mind. Libris, Amy whispered. Any ideas? You know I can't help you. Please, Amy hissed. If I use my power one more time, I fear my head might seriously explode. I wish I could, Amy, but I truly can't. At least not directly like this. Footsteps and chittering sounds echoed from the passage they used to enter. Those things had managed to enter the chamber. The first monster burst into the chamber, its human disguise melting away to reveal a grotesque figure with too many limbs and eyes. Behind it came an unending horde of others, no longer bothering with their barely disguised human appearances. Lane moved with startling speed, frost forming around her hands as she thrust them forward. A wall of ice erupted from the floor, temporarily blocking the entrance. That won't hold them long, she warned, getting ready to fight. Fuck me, this is going to hurt. Amy closed her eyes, focusing. The strain was immediate, pain lancing through her temples as she pushed her ability beyond its limits. Blood trickled freely from her nose, but Amy pushed harder, desperate for an answer. She could feel her ears start to ring, a sound that was becoming increasingly louder as her eyes, still closed, began to shed tears, and then blood. She felt like her objective was so far away, but eventually, after pushing and pushing, she reached it. Knowledge immediately flooded into her brain, and a small, tired smile formed on her lips. Without wasting any time, Amy reached the pedestal, examining the symbols. Some of them were familiar from Professor Lyrian's class, and things she'd randomly seen in the manga, and which had stuck in her brain. But of course, she had no idea what any of them could possibly mean, nor did she need to. Can you break it? The circle, Lane said. Ice crackled around her fingers as she positioned herself between Amy and the already cracking ice wall. Amy's mind raced, the foreign knowledge coming into her brain, very painfully. To break it, we need blood from an outside system, someone other than those 13. Our blood might be enough to redirect the flow of energy. She had no idea how it worked, but she wasn't about to argue with her ability right now. Lane nodded without hesitation. I'll go first. Before Amy could protest, Lane drew a small knife hidden in her boot and sliced her palm. She pressed her bleeding hand against the nearest blood channel, and the red glow immediately began to pulse. The ropes binding one of the unconscious students loosened slightly. Holy fuck, it's actually working. This fucking ability is so overpowered. Amy took a moment to recompose herself, then took the knife Lane handed to her. She winced as she jabbed it into her palm, then pressed her own bleeding hand to the other channel. She didn't need to do that. She didn't need to do that. She was already bleeding from her eyes and nose. She could have just used her nosebleed blood. She could have just used her nosebleed. I would have used my nosebleed. The ice wall shattered. Impostors poured into the chamber, their forms twisting like and flowing like liquid. Lane stepped forward, her silver hair whipping around as frost erupted from her body in waves. I'll keep them back. Do what you gotta do. Amy worked frantically, moving from channel to channel, smearing her blood across the ritual pathways. With each touch, another student's bindings loosened, but her progress was too slow, with each disruption requiring a big quantity of blood. Meanwhile, Lane was locked in battle. Ice spikes impaled the first two impostors that rushed her. A wave of frost slowed the others, but they kept coming, their bodies regenerating even as she tore them apart. Amy, Lane called, creating another ice barrier as she backed toward the center of the room. My reserves of mana. Bun Raid, hello everyone, welcome. Welcome raiders, welcome. Libby Buns, thank you so much for the raid.
Banana.
How are you? How was your stream? Thank you for the follows. Sunsugu.
Banana.
Thank you for following Libby Buns. Hello. How was your stream? What were you doing? As for everyone else, hi, my name is Syndra. I am a Bakunawa VTuber, which is essentially the Filipino version of a mythical sea dragon, except my aim in life is to eat heavenly bodies. Mainly the moon. Stars are just delicious little snacks. Did you know that the moon, even though everyone believes it's made of cheese, it's actually made of rock sugar? Did you know that? It fizzles on the way down. Good ASMR. Hope you have an amazing stream today. Thank you so much. Thank you. If you have to raid and run, I understand. Please take care of yourself. Today we're reading from a story that I found on Royal Road. It is called The Art of Gold Digging. I know the title sounds kind of weird, but I promise you so far into the story there has been no digging for gold. I'm still waiting to see why this title in particular. So far in the story, we have our main character, who is a certified hater. She is a certified hater. She hates on people and stories for a living, and she has been thrust isekai'd into one of the worlds that she has spent so much of her energy shitting on the internet. And in order to get back home, she has to win over the readers of this manga and get a good end for the story. It has just started to get really interesting. I hope you guys will stick around and find out what happens. Vangelis, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. Where was I? My reserves of mana are diminishing fast. Hurry. Amy had freed 4 students by now, Their unconscious forms slumped on the ground. The fifth was nearly loose, but it was enough for ripples to appear in reality, like broken crystal, and something resembling a portal to form at the very edge of the room. Amy grinned at this for a second before her expression turned grim. From the darkness above, a deep rumbling laugh echoed through the chamber. The stone ceiling cracked,
Banana.
revealing a mass of writhing flesh and countless eyes. Dear Punchy, thank you so much for the follow. I love all the little minions I'm getting today. The Blood Emperor's incarnation was awakening. Fuck, Amy whispered. Redoubling her efforts, she dragged her bleeding palm across 3 more channels, ignoring the burning sensation that spread up her arm. The tiredness that started taking over her brain. Her bloody eyes that began losing focus, and the pain all over her body caused by using her ability. One of the freed students, a boy with dark hair, began to stir. His eyes fluttered open, confusion evident in his expression. Run, Amy shouted at him, pointing to the exit. Take anyone who's been freed and run toward that portal. The boy scrambled to his feet, swaying unsteadily. His eyes locked onto a girl who was still unconscious before he began dragging her toward the portal. Lane was now surrounded, fighting off imposters from all sides. Her ice attacks were growing weaker, her movement slower. I can't hold them off much longer, she screamed, her voice strained. Amy had freed 8 students now. 5 were still bound, including Elias Varn and the redhead girl she'd first approached. The ceiling was crumbling, revealing more of the monstrous form above. Massive tentacles tipped with eyes and mouths began to descend into the chamber. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Almost there, Amy gasped, her vision blurring from blood loss and exhaustion. She stumbled toward the 9th student, a boy with dog ears and a long fluffy tail who she found kind of cute, despite the crazy situation. Jesus Christ, that blood loss is seriously starting to affect me. One of the freed students, a tall girl with blonde hair, followed the boy's example and was helping others get away, bringing them toward the portal. Lane unleashed a devastating frost nova, momentarily clearing the area around her. She used the brief respite to dash to Amy's side. Let me help, she said, slicing her other palm and pressing it against the other channel near the boy. Together, they freed him. Only 4 remained. A tentacle smashed into the floor near them, sending stone fragments flying. Amy cried out as a short piece sliced across her neck, a few centimeters to the right, and it would have ripped off her throat. Leave them, the blonde girl shouted from the portal. She was there helping others escape. You won't make it. Amy ignored her and instead returned to her feet. Both Elias and the red-haired girl were still bound to their crosses. Amy couldn't leave them. Couldn't leave any of them. Lane locked Amy with an intense gaze, but this one seemed more out of respect than the usual weird one. We finished this, she said firmly, moving to the next student. The rumbling grew louder. More tentacles descended, sweeping across the chamber. One caught an imposter, crushing it to paste. Another slammed into the wall, somehow breaking reality further and widening the portal where the freed students were escaping. 2 more students freed. Only the red-haired girl and Elias remained. Lane, get ready, we're leaving. Amy screamed desperately as she stumbled toward the red-haired girl. Make sure to take the box with you. Lane wasn't even able to respond as more creatures poured onto her. The ceiling collapsed further. The Blood Emperor's true form was becoming visible. A mountainous mass of flesh, covered in countless eyes and mouths, tentacles emerging from every surface. After creating yet another ice wall between the entire room, separating the students and the monsters, the barely functional Lane freed the red-haired girl, then returned to help Amy with the last victim. Get her out, Amy ordered, pointing to the boy. I'll finish here. Lane hesitated. Her eyes examined Amy's face. She was pale. Her eyes were half closed, and it was obvious that she was going to faint at any second. You can't. I'll be right behind you. Take the golden box with you. Eventually, Lane had no choice but to agree. She took the box, while at the same time helping the disoriented girl to her feet, then guided her toward the exit, where the blonde student was still helping others escape. You are an idiot, you know that? Amy turned to Elias, the last sacrifice. The ropes binding him were thicker than the others, pulsing with malevolent energy. I'm getting you out of here, Amy told him, though she knew the boy couldn't hear. But before she could even start pouring her blood into the ritual channel, a massive tentacle swept across the chamber, heading straight for Amy. She ducked, barely avoiding it as it smashed right next to her, right into the boy's face. What followed was silence, despite the chaos going on around her. As her tired brain struggled to catch up with the events happening all around her, the realization of what had happened to Elias hit Amy like a physical blow. The tentacle had crushed his face, leaving nothing but a grotesque mess of blood and tissue. Her breath caught in her throat as her exhausted mind tried to process the horror. With the last student dead, the nightmare was completely collapsing. The chamber shook violently. The Blood Emperor's massive form continued to descend through the collapsed ceiling. Amy's vision swam, dark spots dancing at the edges. Her legs gave out, and she crumpled to her knees beside Elias's cross. Damnation, Amy! Lane's voice seemed to come from very far away. Amy tried to respond, but her mouth wouldn't cooperate. Blood continued to seep from her nose, eyes, and the cut on her neck. Her overused ability had pushed her body well beyond its limits. Through blurred vision, she saw Lane fighting her way back through the chaos, ice shards flying from her hands as she cleared a path. The golden box was secured at her hip, its ornate surface catching what little light remained in the chamber. It blue screened you. How interesting. Lane reached her, frost-covered hands gripping Amy's shoulder. Stay with me, she commanded, her voice sharp with concern. We're almost out. Amy felt herself being lifted, Lane's surprising strength supporting her as they stumbled toward the portal. The Blood Emperor's roar of rage shook the foundations of the chamber as more of its monstrous form broke through. A final, massive tentacle smashed through what remained of the ceiling, heading straight for them. Lane carried Amy forward with all her might, sending her tumbling through the portal, toward the portal. "The box," Amy tried to say as she fell backward. "I have it," Lane assured her, diving forward as the tentacle crashed down where they'd stood just moments before. Amy felt a strange sensation of the portal enveloping her, like passing through a sheet of ice-cold water. Her consciousness was fading fast now, darkness encroaching from all sides. The last thing she saw before everything went black was Lane's face, normally so composed, twisted with discomfort as she caught Amy's collapsing form on the other side. Her consciousness returned slowly, in fragments. Amy was aware of voices first, then the sensation of lying on something uncomfortable. Lucky to be alive, all of them. Severe strain. Class S students truly are a different breed. She floated in darkness, disconnected from her body. It was peaceful here. No pain. No monsters. No responsibilities. I failed. The thought pierced the darkness like a needle, sharp and unwelcome. Elias's crushed face flashed in her mind, along with her promise to save everyone. He was dead. I could have saved him, but I didn't. Memories flickered through her semi-conscious mind. The ritual chamber, the crosses, the students they'd managed to free. Yet it didn't feel like any of it mattered. Her rational side was telling her it had been a huge success. Yet the piece of shit of her heart. Something cold touched her forehead. A damp cloth, she realized dimly. The sensation anchored her briefly to reality before she slipped away again. Light filtering through her eyes, pain throbbing behind her eyes. The metallic taste of blood in her mouth. Amy became aware of a soft surface beneath her. A bed, clean sheets, the antiseptic smell of a medical facility. Her eyes felt crusted shut, but she forced them open with tremendous effort. Blinding whiteness greeted her, causing her to wince and close them again immediately. "You're awake," a familiar voice resounded in her ears. She tried to respond, but her throat was parched, her tongue swollen and uncooperative. A pitiful croak was all she managed. "Yeah, that sounds about right." With monumental effort, she opened her eyes again, more gradually this time. The white ceiling of what appeared to be an infirmary came into focus. She turned her head slightly, wincing at the stiffness in her neck. Libris was there, placed on a bedside table. The Amber Book's presence brought a smile to Amy's face. "Welcome back," it said quietly. "You've been unconscious for 3 long days, and despite my reluctance to admit this, I've been quite bored without you." Amy tried to speak again. This time her voice came out as a raspy whisper. "Ah," she barely managed to express. "That's the sweetest thing you've ever told me." Don't let it get to your head. And also, just take it easy from now on, alright? The healers worked extensively on you, but you're not fully recovered yet. You don't need to tell me twice. How bad was it? Amy croaked, her throat still dry and scratchy. Bad enough. Multiple lacerations, severe blood loss, and extreme mental strain. You're fortunate that Archmage Selwyn was available. She's one of the Academy's most skilled healers. Your physical injuries have mostly been addressed, but you severely strained your core, pushed it far beyond what it could handle. The healers have stabilized it, but it needs time to regenerate naturally. Now that you're conscious, they estimate about 2 days for full recovery, provided you rest properly. Amy reached weakly for the glass of water on her bedside table. Really considerate of whoever left it there. After a few sips, she felt marginally more human. And the others, Lane, the students we rescued, alive, some still in recovery, but none in critical condition. Lane was discharged yesterday. While her injuries were less severe than yours, she still strained her core by a considerable amount. Amy nodded. The memory of Elias's crushed face flashed in her mind, but she quickly pushed it away, focusing instead on the glass of water in her hand. I should warn you, Amy. Libris continued, his tone more serious than usual. Next time you push your ability that far, you might not recover at all. The strain on your core was significant. Another episode like that could cause permanent damage, or worse. Amy set a glass down, keeping her eye averted from the book. I didn't have a choice. There's always a choice. Amy's eyes narrowed. Really? What was my alternative? Oh, please enlighten me. The bitterness in her voice surprised even her. Choice is not merely a fork in the road, Amy. It is the weight you bear with each step forward. You chose to save them. Admirable, but reckless. If you destroy yourself in the process, who will be left to protect it next time? Amy clenched her fist, jaw tight. So what? I should just stand by and do nothing. No. I'm telling you to be wiser in how you fight. Strength lies not just in sacrifice, it is in endurance. In knowing when to push, when to hold back, and when to trust others to stand beside you. Silence ensued before she let out a short, humorless laugh. Did you find that on the internet? Libris chuckled. Yes. The wisdom of ages is now conveniently stored in your world's vast digital archives. Quite efficient, really. Amy shook her head, half exasperated. Great. Here I am, barely alive, and you're quoting motivational blogs at me. Would you prefer I cite an obscure philosopher? Wisdom is wisdom, no matter where it's found. And in this case, that happens to be true. Amy sighed, rubbing her temples. Yeah, I get it. But despite her irritation, she felt some of the tension in her chest ease, just a little. Has the Academy done anything about what happened? Quite a bit, actually. Security has been dramatically enhanced throughout the grounds. The headmistress ordered a full inspection of all facilities, particularly after receiving some rather forceful complaints. Let me guess. Lane's family. Indeed. The House of Arkwright does not take kindly to their heir nearly being sacrificed to an eldritch horror. Several other noble families have joined in demanding explanations. Amy snorted weakly. Fuck 'em. And the loss the school suffers is a win for this world. There's more, Libras added. Classes resume in 2 days. What? Amy tried to sit up too quickly and immediately regretted it as her head spun. That's insane, after what just happened. The Academy's official position is that normalcy must be maintained to prevent panic. Some students are already calling it a cover-up. The real reason is, of course, that they want to turn the students into battle-ready ability users as quick as possible. Amy slumped back against her pillow, and here I was hoping for at least a month off. On another note, Crow has the box now. This caught Amy's attention. Has he opened it? 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to take care of something real quick. Okay. He's been hesitant. He just stares at it for hours, seemingly unable to bring himself to use the key. I suspect he's afraid of what he might find inside. Amy frowned, but didn't judge him. The box belonged to his father, after all. If Amy was in his place, she would have a lot of trouble accepting anything from her own father. Anything else I should know? She asked, trying to redirect her thoughts away from her father. It would only make her mad. The new chapter is out. Been out for 3 days, in fact, right after you lost consciousness. Also, I finished the update of the system, Libras said, causing Amy to perk up immediately. That fast? It's not as surprising as you think. The chapter release has less to do with the time passed in this world and more about the plot progression. Wait, does that mean... A spark of hope flared in her chest. Did I get a power-up? Indeed, and a significant one at that. Your ability is directly proportionate to the reader's affinity for your character, after all. Your actions in the ritual chamber resonated with them. You won't nerf it, right? I will only nerf your powers if their strength is disproportionate to the reader's fondness for your character. So no, don't worry. So, I'm stronger now. Amy couldn't help the small smile that formed on her lips, despite everything. Substantially, though I'd advise against testing those limits until you've fully recovered. Amy nodded, then glanced toward the door. How long until the nurses realize I'm awake? Probably not long. The monitoring spells should have already alerted them. Want to read the new chapters to pass the time? Amy asked, deliberately asking for a distraction as thoughts of Elias threatened to surface. If you'd like. Amy nodded, settling back as their familiar glow began to emanate from the book's pages, pushing away the darkness of her thoughts, if only temporarily. The memories of what had happened in that chamber, of her failure to save everyone, remained buried deep, and hopefully they'd stay that way. That was an intense chapter. That was pretty intense. I feel bad for Amy, kind of. Like, she's kind of a bitch, but like, she really wanted to save all of them. So I feel like she's going through some real character development here, isn't she? Let me see something. Let me check something real quick before we get on to the next chapter. Okay, there's that. Okay. And then what about this one? Let's see. Trying to find a thing. Where's his announcements? It's not that one. It's not that one. Where is it? It's this one. Okay. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's okay. That's fine. That's okay. Alright. Let's get on to the next chapter then, shall we? But first, I need to, because this is almost over, bring you back there. And I need this. There we go. Alright. Next chapter. Better Than None. Chapter 12, guys. Oh my gosh. We're really going through this thing. Amy's body shifted against the infirmary pillows, trying to find a comfortable position as the book's glow intensified. The pages shifted and transformed before her eyes, the familiar amber leather morphing into the pages of a manga volume before settling into her hands. You know, Amy said, attempting to keep her tone light. I'm weirdly excited to see how I look in action. Is that narcissistic? That feels narcissistic. Absolutely. She attempted a laugh, but it turned into a pained cough. Everything hurts. Perhaps you should rest instead of... No. Amy's fingers tightened around the book. I need to see it. Now. She caught herself, then added more casually. Hypnos, thank you so much for the follow. I'm curious how it all went down. Her eyes betrayed her with a slight tremor as she turned to the first page. A sigh left the book. Very well. Chapter 152 is titled Mysteries of Building B. It covers events from a little before the inauguration ceremony up to your discovery of the nightmare. The cover art for Chapter 152 prominently features Crow in the foreground, holding the golden key between his fingers. Its surface caught the light in an almost ominous way. Behind him stood his usual companions, Ash, Lyra, and Lane, with the Academy's building B looming in the background, partially obscured by shadow. Amy herself appeared behind the party, her eyes seeming to glow with prophetic light. They keep making you look cool for some weird reason. What do you mean? I am cool. Amy flipped to the first page and began reading. The chapter opened with Crow in Professor Vanheim's office, his expression unreadable as he placed the golden key on the professor's desk. You've made no progress? Vanheim asked, his silver-streaked beard catching the lamplight as he examined the key. None, Crow admitted, frustration evident in the tension of his shoulders. Every conventional method of analysis has failed. It's as if the key exists between realities somehow. Vanheim stroked his beard thoughtfully. It's not entirely unprecedented. Artifacts from the Old Kingdom occasionally exhibit such properties. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Have you considered consulting Zaid Gaspard? His prophetic abilities might... No, Crow interrupted, his tone sharp. I'd rather explore other options first. Vanheim's expression shifted to one of careful neutrality. Your aversion to the Gaspard family, while understandable given your history, limits your resources unnecessarily. A small flashback provided context. It depicted how 6 months ago, Crow had discovered evidence suggesting the Gaspard's involvement in his father's disappearance. I have another possible option, Crow said after a moment, his gaze distant. There's a new student. I believe she might have special perceptive abilities. Vanheim's eyebrows rose. Ah, I think I know who you're talking about. Is she related to the Gaspards? From all I know, her relationship with them is non-existent, which raises a lot of questions. I didn't think you two knew each other. A few scenes depicted Crow's internal debate over whether or not to tell the professor everything he knew about Amy. He trusted his teacher with his life, but he also didn't want the man to pester him about his decision to trust that girl over Zaid. If Crow told him that his encounter with the new student had not only been a coincidence, but that she seemed to possess an ancient consciousness-bearing artifact, and that she'd appeared out of nowhere on the day the Onyx star was closest to the world, then his teacher would surely start thinking of Crow as a fool. We don't. I met her randomly some time ago. I see. Just between us, a new professor, Kaylin, from the Gaspard family, has expressed significant interest in her potential. Crow's eyes narrowed at that. What kind of interest? Professional curiosity, nothing more, Vanheim replied smoothly, though a subtle tension underlined his words. Professional curiosity that seems unusually focused compared to his typical indifference toward first-year students. But that's not my immediate concern. He leaned forward, fixing Crow with a penetrating stare. What concerns me is your willingness to trust this girl, someone you barely know, with information about an artifact that that's potentially connected to your father's disappearance. Crow crossed his arms defensively. I'm not sharing everything I know with her. Yet, Vanheim countered, but you're considering it. I can see it in your expression, boy. You've always been transparent to those who know where to look. This artifact may be the most significant clue you've found in years, and you're ready to entrust it to an unknown variable. I have no reason to trust Zaid, Crow said, his voice tight. At least with her, I'm starting fresh. Vanheim sighed and closed his eyes for a moment. Just be careful, Crow. Not everyone is as they first appear. Crow nodded curtly and collected the key from the desk. I know. He turned to the exit. And Crow, Vanheim called after him. Remember what I taught you about perception and reality? The manga showed Crow pausing at the threshold, not turning back, but clearly listening. The simplest explanation is often correct, except when dealing with the past. Then it's never simple. Be careful, boy, and don't let your father ruin your life more than he has already done. After those words, Crow left the room. Amy grimaced at the page. Am I really that unreliable? Like, I get I'm suspicious and all, but does it genuinely have to be this exaggerated? If you were in their position, you would be just as apprehensive. Perhaps even more considering your attitude. The hell are you talking about? Nothing. Whatever. It was a hopeless endeavor to waste one's breath on the nonsense of this insolent little book. The manga scene shifted to Crow during the opening ceremony, reuniting with his friends, whom he had barely seen before and had no chance to really talk to since summer break. Ash enthusiastically recounted the adventures he'd experienced with Crow in the orphanage. Lyra shyly presented gifts she'd brought back from her homeland, and Lane stood quietly beside them, a small smile occasionally gracing her features. Then another figure entered the frame, a tall, athletic girl with copper skin and a confident stance. Iris Wright, Amy recognized from the manga. Class S's combat specialist and another recurring character in the story. Survived another summer with your folks? Crow asked her with a rare half-smile. Iris snorted, flipping her braided hair over one shoulder. Barely. Father insisted I master 3 new weapons before my return. As if I didn't already outclass most of the lower grade instructors here. Her gaze swept over the group, pausing briefly on Lane. You look well, Arkwright. Managed not to freeze anything important over break? Lane's silver eyes flickered briefly, the only indication of her response to the friendly jab. The conversation continued, full of the easy camaraderie of friends who'd faced dangers together in the past. There were subtle references to previous events Amy recognized from earlier manga chapters. The tournament arc from the last year, the Northern Ruins expedition, the confrontation at Blackthorn Ridge. During the conversation, Crow was becoming more and more annoyed after Ash teased him a couple of times about his relationship with the blonde first-year student. So he ended up telling the group about Amy, their encounter in the tea house, as well as everything he knew about her. How nosy. Doesn't this guy know that it's bad to gossip about others this much? Amy commented with a frown. The next several pages covered the opening ceremony from Crow's perspective, focusing particularly on his reaction to seeing Amy formally introduced as part of Class S. The artist had drawn his eyes following her movement across the hall, his expression at first thoughtful rather than suspicious. A text box captured his internal monologue. As expected, she's in Class S. A potential seer not bound by Gaspard traditions. Perhaps. So he really was trying to use me from the start, Amy muttered, feeling oddly disappointed. That's not how protagonists are supposed to be. I'm not sure that's entirely fair. He was looking for help, and you appeared to be someone who could provide it. What are you, his PR team? Amy frowned, flipping to the next page. The chapter continued, showing Crow's decision to approach Amy about the key while talking about the deal he wanted to make, and then leaving when he sensed the headmistress's eyes on the 2 of them. What happened next were a boring lecture and his reunion with the other second-year students, such as Volti and Kane, and then the somewhat polite but awkward greeting between him and Zaid. She still didn't understand where the 2 of them stood. Eventually, the first years arrived, and class began, then ended, and finally he approached Amy and talked about their deal. Then his companions butted in, annoying him a little bit, but eventually relenting. What followed was the conversation on the balcony where Amy agreed to help him. The artist had captured the wariness in Lyra's eyes, the curiosity in Ash's, and the silent observation from Lane, who looked very wary of her. When Amy had made her declaration about being able to find what the key opened, a panel showed Crow's genuine surprise, quickly replaced by calculation. A small text box revealed his thoughts. Either she's bluffing, or her power is truly remarkable. Either way, I will know soon. The deal continued with Crow offering payment, but Amy declining, and instead asking for a favor, something that deeply unsettled Crow. though he eventually accepted. With the conversation over, both parties went their separate ways. However, right before the scene changed, there was a full page of Amy walking home, accompanied by a single line of dialogue. Will I be able to stop it, I wonder? As she read this part, Amy could not contain her surprise. I'm so fucking gorgeous. Is that really what you should be focusing on? Amy cleared her throat before shifting her attention onto the line she'd spoken back then. I didn't expect the author to add this part. Am I in danger? Why would you be in danger? I'm curious. What if they depict something where I break my character? Then I'll censor it before it reaches them. You can do that. Amy's eyebrows rose, and her eyes opened slightly. Why didn't you tell me? I can only do it when you haven't exposed yourself directly to the characters or other similar situations. As for why I haven't told you, it's because I have a bad premonition that you'll try to exploit this rule. I would never, she exclaimed, even as she considered how to use this to her advantage. Forgive me, but I'd much rather trust a clown than you. Why a clown? Don't you have a chapter to finish? Amy stared at Libris in silence, still trying to understand why it had mentioned clowns specifically, but a few seconds later she gave up and returned her attention to the manga. The scene shifted to the next day after class, with Crow and his companions waiting outside Building B. His fingers toyed with the golden key as his gaze scanned the academy grounds. This place feels wrong. His internal monologue read, Has it always felt this way? Or am I simply more attuned to such things now? Amy arrived shortly after. They talked briefly and then entered the building. The following pages depicted their group splitting up to search. Focus briefly on Crow accepting Libris from Amy with a puzzled expression. His mind raced with thoughts, trying to discern the woman's intentions. It also showed Lane and Amy's weird standoff as neither of the two moved their gaze from each other. Lane's silver eyes followed Amy's every movement with her usual expressionless visage. A small text box captured her thoughts. There's something wrong here. The way she appeared so suddenly, so conveniently just when Crow needed her. I need to keep watch. A panel showed Lane's fingers subtly frosting over as her anxiety increased, an unconscious manifestation of her powers that the artist had used in previous chapters to indicate her emotional state. She quickly clenched her fist, dispersing the ice crystals before anyone could notice. And here I was, wondering why she decided to approach me. What did I do to deserve this? Quite a lot. You know, your snarky, quirky comments are getting old. Is your whole personality just that? Yes, actually. Amy sighed, something that she felt happened a lot lately. With a shake of her head, she once again returned to focus on the manga. It was only after a long silence that someone finally spoke. Is there anything you need, Lane? Amy asked bluntly. The panel showed Lane's hesitation, her silver eyes darting briefly to the side before meeting Amy's gaze. When she spoke, her speech bubble and font were drawn smaller than usual, indicating her quiet voice. Can I come with you? Lane asked after a big effort. Amy seemed to think for a second before just nodding and walking away. Lane followed behind. The manga perspective shifted again, this time showing Crow searching everywhere and even talking to students, all without success. Once the agreed upon 10 minutes were over, everyone returned except for two, Amy and Lane. Ash wasn't bothered at all, and in fact, repeatedly reassured the concerned and mildly impatient Lyra, who kept imagining the worst possible outcomes. Meanwhile, Crow just stared into silence at the book, a deep frown on its face. Why did she give it to me, he thought. Could it be that something is about to happen? And with those ominous words, the perspective switched to the last panel. Amy and Lane stared at the bloodied figure of a student held in ropes with some kind of cursed magic holding his organs in place. Amy exhaled slowly. Pretty accurate to what happened, though seeing it from Crow's perspective is interesting. Ready for chapter 153? Amy nodded, and the pages shifted again, revealing the cover for the next installment. This one was more dynamic. Crow in mid-combat, his blade slicing through the distorted version of a student. In the background, chaos reigned as more monsters attacked. Amy and Lane appeared in a small inset panel at the bottom, surrounded by darkness, their expressions determined as they faced unseen horrors. So dramatic, Amy commented, yet her voice held no warmth. Instead, a hint of fear could be heard. She began reading the new chapter, which opened with Crow standing at the rendezvous point, checking the clock in the hall with increasing frequency. 17 minutes late, he muttered to Ash and Lyra, who waited nearby. Maybe they found something, Ash suggested, though his tone betrayed his doubt. Could an assassin have attacked them on their way back? Lyra added, her expression filled with fear. Perhaps they found a demonic ritual and are currently trapped in a nightmare. Crow's gaze moved unconsciously to Libris. The book bothered him more than he wanted to admit. His internal monologue revealed more. Something's wrong. This entire situation feels off. The key, this building, none of this feels right. Before he could pursue that thought further, movement caught his attention. Amy and Lane approached, their expressions neutral. Lane, where were you? I almost had a heart attack. Lyra immediately ran and hugged Lane, who returned the hug shyly. Did you find anything? Amy asked, her golden eyes revealing nothing. Crow studied her for a moment, something nagging at his instincts. Nothing yet, he replied carefully. And you? You're quite late. We got lost. As you saw from our first encounter, I'm not the best with directions. I see. Crow narrowed his eyes, but eventually just nodded. Then, have you found anything? Nothing, Lane answered, her voice quiet as always. Crow sighed before handing Libris to her. Your book, he said, extending it toward Amy. I'm not sure it was of any help to me. Amy made no move to take it, her gaze sliding past the book as if it weren't there. The panel zoomed in on Crow's eyes, narrowing with suspicion. A small text box appeared. Why isn't she taking it? Not even glancing at it? Is it possible that... Actually, Crow said, sliding the book towards Lyra, who held it with a confused face. I think we should check out the East Wing again. Lyra, would you come with me? Ash, stay with Amy and Lane. Amy was confused at the reasoning behind this, but Crow didn't elaborate, and in the end, she had no choice but to agree. As Crow and Lyra moved down a hallway, he activated his soul sight, one of his abilities that allowed him to see higher planes. The planes showed his vision shifting, colors inverting as he looked back at the group they left behind, where Amy and Lane stood. His enhanced vision revealed distorted, twisted auras, nothing like the clear divine signatures of true living beings. "They're not Amy and Lane," he whispered to Lyra, whose eyes widened in shock. "How can you be sure?" "3 things," Crow replied, his voice tight. "First, Amy's book. She treasures it, yet her copy didn't even acknowledge its existence. Second, my 3rd sight confirms they're not human. And third," he hesitated, "my intuition. This writing is ass." Amy couldn't help but mutter those words at the "my intuition" line. "You're miserable, you know that?" The next sequence showed Crow carefully maneuvering to isolate Amy from the others, leading her down a secluded corridor under the pretense of checking a classroom. Once alone, the pages depicted a brutal, efficient attack, Crow drawing his blade in one fluid motion and driving it through the imposter's back before it could react. Instead of blood, black ichor spilled from the wound. The creature's form rippled, its features melting into a grotesque approximation of humanity before collapsing into a puddle of writhing darkness. Amy winced at the graphic depiction. Wow, he really didn't hesitate, did he? As I mentioned earlier, not a single doubt. Quite impressive, actually. The manga continued, showing Crow and Lyra confronting Lane together after explaining the situation to Ash. The imposter fought back with considerable strength, its limbs elongating into blade-like appendages, but the 3 Class S students overwhelmed it with coordinated attacks, and in a matter of seconds, it was dead. As the second imposter dissolved, Crow examined the black ichor with growing concern. This is blood magic, ancient and forbidden. Could it be the Blood Emperor? "We need to alert the headmistress," Lyra insisted. "Whatever's happening here, it's beyond what we should handle alone." "Agreed," Crow nodded. "Lyra, go. Ash and I will search for Amy and Lane, the real ones." "And the other students in this building?" Ash asked, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by grim determination. Crow's expression darkened. "Assume any student you encounter might be an imposter until proven otherwise." The subsequent pages showed Lyra departing, while Crow and Ash began methodically searching the building. As they progressed, they encountered more students, some genuine, others imposters who attacked when their deception was discovered. "All of them are copies," Ash muttered after they dispatched another creature. A loud screech echoed through the building. The imposters they'd encountered previously had maintained their human disguises even when attacking. But now, more monstrous forms emerged from classrooms and hallways, abandoning pretense for savage ferocity. No more disguises, it seems. They know we're onto them, Crow realized, drawing his sword as 3 creatures converged on their position. What followed was a dynamic, multi-page battle sequence as Crow and Ash fought their way through the increasingly chaotic building. Other students caught in the madness either fled or, in some cases, attempted to help, though most lacked the combat prowess to be effective against the monsters. "Get to safety," Crow shouted at a group of Class B students who had bravely but ineffectually tried to assist. We'll handle this. The fight spilled out into the courtyard as more creatures poured from the building. Ash's strength-enhancing abilities allowed him to literally tear the monsters apart with his bare hands, while Crow's swordplay created a whirlwind of death around him. Amid the chaos, the perspective suddenly shifted to Lane, deep within the nightmare realm. The artist had captured her internal struggle quite well. Her normally impassive face betrayed subtle hints of confusion and concern as she glanced at Amy. Who is she? Lane's internal monologue read. She speaks of visions and fate, yet knows this place as if she's walked it before. Not a Gaspard, yet with prophetic gifts that rival Zaid's. A seer who appeared out of nowhere just when we needed one. The panel showed Lane observing Amy closely as they navigated the nightmare, noting how she moved with purpose. Too convenient, Lane's thought continued. Too precise. Whatever she is, it can't be something simple. What continued were the events as Amy had lived them, depicting how they had barely escaped from the monster into a secret tunnel. The chapter reached its climax with a dramatic split panel on one side. Crow and Ash standing back to back in the courtyard, surrounded by monsters. On the other, Amy and Lane in the ritual chamber. Amy pressing her bleeding palm to the channels as Lane defended against the creatures pouring in. Eventually, almost everything worked out. Crow managed to keep outside casualties to a 0 as he drew all the monsters' attention on himself, while Lane and Amy saved almost all of the sacrifices, with Amy falling unconscious at the end and Lane Princess carrying her, right when the teachers and professional ability users arrived. Nobody had died, except for one person. End of chapter 153. Amy closed the book with a frown. You did well, Amy. She leaned back against her pillow, not responding. After a long while, the door to the infirmary opened, and a healer entered. A middle-aged woman with a serene expression and streaks of silver in her dark hair. Ah, you're awake, she said, smiling gently. Good. How are you feeling, Mistake? Amy quickly composed herself, pushing away the complex emotions stirred by the manga's chapters. Fine, the healer chuckled, approaching to check Amy's vitals with practiced movements. So strong? As the woman began her examination, Amy's gaze drifted back to Libris, now once again in its simple book form on the bedside table. 12 saved, 1 dead. It wasn't perfect, but it was better than the original outcome. Perhaps that was the best she could hope for in this world. Not flawless victories, but improvements on tragedy. The thought provided little comfort as the memory of Elias's crushed face flashed once more in her mind. It took some time, but the nurse finished her inspection. Then she excused herself, saying that she would be right back in a minute. Would you like to see how readers are reacting to these chapters? Libris asked after a moment of silence. Amy groaned, pulling the blanket up to her chin. Do I have to? I'm not sure I'm emotionally equipped to handle a bunch of strangers dissecting my actions right now. It might be enlightening. The reader's perception directly affects your abilities after all. Amy stared at the ceiling, considering. Fine. Show me the comments with the most likes and any relevant threads related to me, she said finally. But if it gets too weird or annoying, we're stopping immediately. Fair enough. The book's pages began to glow, shifting and restructuring themselves, displaying comments from chapters 152 and 153. Will I be able to stop it, I wonder? What does Amy know? That line dropped like a bomb at the end. Plus, the Golden Key subplot has been teased for like 20 chapters, and we're getting somewhere. The Building B mystery feels genuinely creepy. I've been saying Building B was sus since the background details in chapter 87. Takahashi-sensei plays the long game with his foreshadowing. Can we talk about how Crow keeps using Amy while simultaneously not trusting her at all? Bro needs to make up his mind. Classic Crow behavior, though. Remember how he treated Lane when she first joined the group? That's just his daddy issues taking hold. Amy is such a breath of fresh air in this series. She's mysterious, but not in an annoying way. And her dynamic with the group is already so interesting. Her character design is gorgeous too. Those golden eyes against that dark character palette Takahashi-sensei uses. Chef's kiss. I don't know about her. She's so sus. Even if her intentions might be good, she still seems antagonistic. Right? Even Vanheim is wondering about it. Transparent to those who know how to look. Crow is being played. Everyone's focused on Amy, but let's not forget Zaid Gaspard. I miss my boy. That last panel with Amy and Lane finding the student. Chills literally down my spine. Takahashi-sensei never disappoints with the horror element. Those 13 blood marks are definitely some ritual. I'm betting it connects to the forbidden arts mentioned in the library arc. Lane asking to come with Amy instead of staying with her usual group. Character development. Lane's internal monologue about Amy being not right is so fascinating, though. Her instincts are usually spot on. She clearly knows way more than she's letting on. Calling it now, she's seen the future somehow. Professor Vanheim's proving once again why he's the best character in this manga. Be careful, boy. Don't let your father ruin your life more than he's already done. Ouch. Deep dive on the Golden Key, Old Kingdom artifact, plus exists between realities, plus Crow's father's disappearance, plus equals dimensional portal. That balcony conversation was the perfect setup for the whole Building B investigation. The lighting in that scene was gorgeous too. The artist is spoiling us. Chapter 153. Well, that was intense. Takahashi-sensei really said no breaks this time. I'm still processing everything that happened in Building B. Thoughts? I cannot believe Takahashi-sensei didn't just kill everyone like he used to. Was the rumor of their partner scolding them because they killed too much true? Also, the Elias death was brutal though. But holy shit, Amy and Lane actually rescued almost everyone. In the rough draft leaks, it seemed like Takahashi was setting up another typical everyone dies moment, but then swerved us. I'm honestly shocked. Quest for Avalon never lets characters save people. Remember the village arc? The temple collapse? The fact that Crow managed to protect everyone and Amy and Lane saved 12 of 13 students. That's huge for this manga. It's like Takahashi is signaling a tonal shift. Exactly. And the contrast between Crow's eliminate the threats approach versus Amy's save everyone mission really highlights the changing dynamics. I love that she's bringing a new energy to the story. Don't get too excited. We're still in the hope part of Takahashi's typical hope, despair, deeper despair cycle. These 12 students are probably just being saved for something worse later. Am I the only one who thinks this is way too convenient? New character shows up, and suddenly the established grimdark tone changes. This feels like editorial interference or Takahashi trying to appeal to a wider audience. Not everything is a conspiracy theory against your precious dark stories. Maybe the author just wanted to try something different after 150 plus chapters of complete misery. Crow's zero hesitation moment when he stabbed fake Amy was the coldest shit I've ever seen in this manga. My man did not blink. Just, you're not Amy. Stab. He didn't even question it. Like, this girl I barely know is acting weird, immediately commits murder. And he was right. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Bro has trust issues the size of the moon, and I'm here for it. Crow said, nah, this ain't my mysterious seer girlfriend, and chose violence instantly. Anyone notice how Lane had warmed up so fast to Amy throughout these chapters? Like she says more to Amy in 2 chapters than she did to most other characters in 150 plus. It's okay if you fell asleep. That's normal. That's what I'm saying. Lane, the girl who can barely speak 3 words to people she's known for years, voluntarily going with Amy and then fighting alongside her is huge. Why are people not talking more about this? She literally carried Amy's unconscious body out of the collapsing nightmare, and the panel where she's looking down at Amy with actual emotion on her face. I ship it, Your Honor. Here we go again with people shipping characters who've known each other for 2 days. Shipping characters who've known each other for 2 days. My brother in Christ, Lane doesn't have friends besides like 3 people, and she immediately latched on to Amy. That's not normal Lane behavior. I think we need to talk about the massive revelation that Building B has been compromised for who knows how long. There are 13 fake students we know about, but what if there are more? The paranoia potential here is incredible. Holy shit, you're right? What if this is just the tip of the iceberg? How long has the Blood Emperor been infiltrating the academy? How many students are actually imposters? Am I tripping, or was Elias Varn never mentioned in the manga before? It feels like they created him just to kill him off. He was actually mentioned in chapter 87 in the background during the tournament. Just a name drop, though. Imposters. Can we discuss how Amy basically destroyed herself to save those students? The panel where she's bleeding from her eyes while trying to free more people. That's the most hardcore thing I've seen from a new character. It changed my whole outlook on the character. I thought she was a villain, but she might genuinely be good. Nah, she's evil. Have you seen that face? I know that bitch is plotting something. She saved 12 lives while putting hers on the line. If that's not heroic, I don't know what is. The contrast between Crow's tactical approach, isolate threats, eliminate efficiently, versus Amy's emotional one, save everyone even at personal cost, is such interesting character work. In terms of personality, we haven't seen much of Amy, but in terms of actions, they're like opposites, but somehow complementary. No, they don't know if she is. They're like split. Oh my god, what if she's secretly evil? Oh my god, maybe I was wrong. She's genuinely good, maybe. Takahashi loves his opposing approaches that actually need each other dynamic. Remember Ash and Mina's whole arc? This feels like a new version of that with Crow and Amy. No, because why am I sobbing at Amy desperately trying to save Elias even after everyone else escaped? The way she refused to leave him behind. I can't handle this emotionally. Literally same. And then when the tentacle I can't even type it. Takahashi really said, you get to save almost everyone, but watch this one die horribly. God, the way this fandom talks now makes me feel ancient. What happened to actual discussion instead of whatever this is? Go back to the retirement home, Grandpa. Let people enjoy things. Thread, controversial opinion, Amy is bad for this story. Alright. I'm probably going to get downvoted to hell, but somebody needs to say it. Amy is ruining the core essence of this manga. Quest for Avalon has always been about the harsh reality that you can't save everyone. The despair and tragedy are what make triumphs meaningful. Now suddenly this random new girl shows up and saves 12 people. This completely undermines the established tone and themes of the story. It's like Takahashi is catering to fans who complained the story was too dark. And don't get me started on how she's already being set up as a love interest. The mysterious girl with golden eyes trope is so overdone. Dude, it's literally been 3 chapters with her. Maybe wait before declaring she's ruined a 150 plus chapter manga. So your complaint is that too many people survived? That's honestly weird. No, my complaint is that the core themes of the manga are being undermined. Quest for Avalon has always shown that sacrifice is necessary, that you can't save everyone. Now suddenly you can, but they didn't save everyone. Have you considered that subverting expectations is the point? That the story might be evolving to explore what happens when someone refuses to accept that you can't save everyone premise. Did we read the same chapters? One kid still died horrifically. Amy almost killed herself trying, and Lane barely saved both of them. Yeah, real happy sunshine outcome there. Don't get me started on how she's already being set up as a love interest. My brother in Christ, Crow stabbed her doppelganger with zero hesitation. To be fair, that's basically Crow's love language at this point. Thread, Amy's backstory predictions. We still know almost nothing about Amy's background. Where did she come from? What is her objective? And most importantly, what's with the talking book? Drop your theories below. Most creative one gets my free award. I'm thinking she's actually related to the royal bloodline somehow. I remember someone commenting that on an old thread. The golden eyes / hair are a dead giveaway. Remember the ancient queen in the flashback from the chapter 120? Same coloring. The book is actually Amy from the future who went back in time to guide her past self and prevent some catastrophe. Boom. This makes zero sense, but I'm voting for creativity. This is Amy's reading comments about what happened in the chapter that was just completed. Because remember, the more characters like her, the more powerful she can become. No theories, just here for the vibes. Realistically, she comes from one of the outer territories that were lost during the Cataclysm. That would explain why her prophetic abilities are different from the Gaspard tradition. They evolved separately. Theories on Amy's powers based on chapters 152 and 153 Revelations. Theory thread: Amy's powers explained after the Building B incident. 1. She doesn't just see the future, she seems to physically navigate potential futures. She has knowledge no first-year student should have about the building layout and academy situation. The physical toll, bleeding eyes, collapse, suggests her power has serious drawbacks. 4. She seemed to know that the students were trapped before finding them. What do you all think? Is she more than just a seer? I think she's like Crow, multiple abilities that work together. Prophetic sight, plus some kind of fate navigation that lets her navigate the consequences of different choices. Anyone notice how Amy seemed to be conserving her strength until the ritual chamber, then suddenly went all out? She knew exactly when to use her full power. This suggests she has way more control than a typical first year. Her power might be new to the academy, but not new to her. Wild theory, but what if Amy has all those drawbacks because she was so far away from the book? There was a theory that said that the book is the main body, and honestly, it might actually be right. Amy breaking the blood ritual requires specialized knowledge, so the ability she explained to Crow is most likely real. However, it doesn't explain her leaving the book behind to Crow, like if she knew exactly what was going to happen. I wonder if the book is her soul, or has her soul contained in it. Theory: the bleeding eyes aren't just a physical toll, they're symbolic of how her power works. She's literally seeing through time until her body can't take it anymore. I genuinely believe that she might be an irregular, just like Crow, and have an ability that permits her to gain more than one ability. Personally, I just think it's a single ability that tells her what to do. The further she looks into possible futures, the less focused it is, so it doesn't put as much strain on her body. But with the rituals, it was because they were so complex that she needed to overdrive her core. Amy hasn't told anyone her full abilities, calling it now. That finding what the key is open thing is just one aspect of what she can do. Agreed. Notice how she described her ability in the vaguest possible terms. She's hiding something. The 12 of 13 survival rate is unprecedented in this manga. Amy must be able to precisely calculate the outcome of her actions to achieve this. Does anyone else think Amy might have some kind of time manipulation ability? Not full control, but maybe she can slow her perception of time to make better decisions. She looked so adaptable during the imposter stuff. Power scaling theory. Amy's abilities are S tier, but with S tier drawbacks. She's not overpowered because using her full strength nearly killed her. Balancing character design. Good job, Takahashi-san. Power scaling after chapter 153. Updated power rankings after the Building B short arc. S tier, Headmistress, Teachers, Crow, Vanheim. A tier, Zaid, Iris, Ash, Lane, Amy, maybe higher. B tier, Lyra, Kaylin, other Class S seniors. C tier, Talon, Alba, Stella, other Class S firsties. D tier, normal students. Thoughts? Amy in A tier? Are you high? She literally collapsed after one fight and needed to be carried out. Her attack power is non-existent. Her prophetic power is A tier. She literally broke a blood magic ritual that was supposed to be unbreakable. Attack power isn't everything. Bump lane up to S tier. She was fighting those monsters non-stop while also breaking the ritual and carrying Amy out. Elias Varn, D tier from dead. Damn, that was cold. Seriously? Making jokes about a kid who died horrifically. You're horrible. Touch grass. Alright, back to the story. Water, hold on. That's enough, Amy said abruptly, her voice tight. The room seemed to be spinning. I can't. I don't need to see anymore. Are you alright? Libris asked, the glow fading from its pages. I'm fine, she replied, automatically, though her hands were shaking and cold. A cold sweat had broken out across her forehead. Just tired. You seem distressed. Amy forced a small, brittle laugh. Wouldn't you be, reading all that commentary about yourself? It's weird. She kept her voice deliberately light, fighting to control the tremor that threatened to creep in. It's more than that, I think, Libris observed quietly. The comments about... I said I'm fine, Amy cut in sharply. Then, softening her tone with effort, really, just need to rest. Did my... Oh no, it did freeze, didn't it? Are we good? I think we're good. I might be... My connection is suddenly unstable. I don't know what's going on. My connection is suddenly unstable. I'm very sorry. Let me finish this chapter. She settled back against the pillows, forcing her breath to remain steady, even as her mind kept replaying that moment. The sickening crunch, the spray of red, the absolute finality of death. Not a plot point, not a dramatic story. A real person, gone forever. Would it happen to her too? Death. What would it be like? Would she just stop existing? If you want to talk about what happened... What's there to talk about? Amy interrupted, staring fixedly at the ceiling to hide the moisture gathering in her eyes. 12 survived. 1 died. Better than none, right? That's what matters. Perhaps. But that doesn't mean you can't acknowledge what witnessing his death did to you. Amy swallowed hard, fighting the tightness in her throat. There's nothing to acknowledge. We saved most of them. The readers loved it. My powers will get stronger. Mission accomplished. The book remained silent for a long moment, as if weighing whether to push further. Very well, it said finally. You should rest now. Amy nodded, turning onto her side away from Libris, using the movement to discreetly wipe at her tears. I haven't forgotten about your favor. Tell me later. The status, too, she murmured. Sure. As she closed her eyes, Elias's head, whole before the tentacle, appeared in her mind. She hadn't even known him, had never spoken to him, but she tried to save him and failed. 12 out of 13. Better than none. The words felt hollow as she repeated them to herself. A mantra that did nothing to dislodge the weight in her chest or erase the memory of death now that seemed permanently etched behind her eyelids. Better than none. Remember, better than none. I give up on Elden Ring. I will now eat 40 pounds of raw glass. I'm very sorry for your loss, Juner. Very sorry for your loss. It seems that my connection is refusing to stabilize, so I'm thinking that I will send you guys over to someone, anyone. I'll find someone to send you over to. I don't have any friends online right now, really. Actually, Calamari is online if you want to watch Dune Awakening. She's pushing for partner. I think I'll go ahead and just send you guys over there. Thank you to everyone for hanging out with me today. Thank you to the raids and the raiders who decided to stick around and drop a follow. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to be raiding out to one of my moots, Calamare. She's a Kraken VTuber. She's playing Dune Awakening. I will be back live for my birthday stream tomorrow. We're going to be starting off with Repo with viewers, and then transition into Repo with some of my fellow VTuber friends. So come back tomorrow for that. I will be starting probably around 1 p.m. again. I do plan on it being a pretty long stream, but I'll confirm the time in Discord, which you can reach with !Discord. Thank you guys again for being here. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.